Okay, good evening to you all. I'm going to call this session February 22nd meeting of the Garner Town Council to order and welcome you all here this evening. Let me say up front, I understand seating is possibly a problem, and I believe we have some overflow areas. Is it upstairs, John?
So in the training room.
Okay, upstairs in the training room, and we'll be sensitive for folks who are here for particular hearings to give them an opportunity in between to trade out and come downstairs. So we'll make sure that those of you who are here for particular hearings will have an opportunity to be inside the council chambers here. Having said that, I'm going to ask our clerk, if she will, at this time, to call the roll.
Mayor Marshburn?
I'm present.
Mayor Pro Tem Vance?
Present.
Councilmember Dellinger?
Here.
Councilmember Matthews?
Here.
Councilmember Singleton?
Here.
And Councilmember Behringer? Here.
Okay, following our agenda and our usual practice, I'm going to call on Councilmember Behringer, who will lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance and also guide us through our invocation. Ms. Behringer. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Be seated.
Join me if you would. Heavenly Father, we come before you with thanksgiving for our blessings, our health, our families. But more importantly, we come to you asking for mercy. Mercy for the situation in the Ukraine and all that involves. And we just ask you to protect our soldiers and bring a peaceful end to this conflict. We ask for your wisdom this evening as we make decisions regarding the town, and we ask you to help us to remember that we owe it all to you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Behringer. We will now go to the segment of our agenda which is called Petitions and Comments. This is a portion of our meeting to receive comments from the public on items not included in this agenda. And so we ask you, if you will, to sign up in advance. There's a sign-up form outside. And if you want to speak to speak at the start of the meeting. The board is interested in hearing your comments and your concerns, but may not take action or deliberate on subject matters brought up during the petitions and comments section. Topics requiring further investigation will be referred to the appropriate town officials or staff and may be scheduled for a future agenda. And I would ask those of you who are interested in speaking this evening that you would keep your comments to about 3 to 5 minutes so we can move steadily along through our agenda. Madam Clerk, do you have any persons signed up?
No, sir, we did not.
Okay. So even if there are no persons signed up, if you're here that you want to petition the council at this time, if you will raise your hand, I'll recognize you. Okay. Here for specific hearings. Okay, thank you very much. Council, the next item is the adoption of the agenda. You have it there before you, so I would entertain a motion for adoption of the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Okay, motion made and properly seconded. Hearing no discussion, I would ask you to vote aye if you approve the agenda.
Aye. Aye.
Vote no if you don't approve, okay, and it's accepted. Okay, thank you. We have one presentation this evening, I believe, and our fire chief, Matt Poole, is here, and I will recognize him at this time for his presentation. Chief Poole, good to see you, sir. I will mention to all speakers when you come to the podium, if you want to take your mask off at that time, you can feel free to do that.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present the Garner Fire Rescue Annual Report tonight. I've got 2 items to discuss during the presentation phase. So I'd like to review our annual report, our 2021 annual report, and then just following that, the town lobbyist, Sam Bridgers, had asked in December to put together some information as a follow-up regarding overdoses in the town limits. And so I've got some information directly following this, and then Sam is here along with Chief Smith with the police department regarding that information as well. But first off, I'd like to review the Garner Fire Rescue Annual Report for 2021. Last year, our Assistant Chief, Jason Hathcock, reformatted our annual report, and I really felt he did an amazing job, so we kept a similar theme for this year. And so I'd just like to go over some highlights of 2021 for the fire department, and at any time, if you've got any questions, please feel free to step in. So we've got a table of contents. Just the only thing I'll note, if anybody is interested, these are all of our social media platforms. So we are trying to increase our media presence, and these are ways that you can get information regarding the fire department. There's a board message from the fire chief. I won't put you through the turmoil of going through that. But to start off the annual report, our guiding principles, and these are directly out of our 2021 strategic long-range plan. And so you can find our long-range plan on our website. It is a living document, so the goals and objectives change periodically. But at this time, so this is our mission, vision, and values. These are our core values that our department members chose last year that will carry us for the next 5 years. We do have 6 strategic goals in our plan. Number 1 is organizational commitment towards continuous improvement, and that encompasses the international accreditation process and maintaining that. Our goal 2 is to continue fire department merger planning with the town of Garner. Goal 3 is to enhance emergency response capabilities. Goal 4 is to enhance departmental training and departmental personnel development. Goal 5 is to enhance fiscal resources allocation and replacement programs. And then goal 6 is to improve our community risk reduction. We had identified that as a weakness in our organization, and over the last year, we've taken some milestone efforts to increase community risk reduction efforts, mainly in part by the position that you graciously granted us last year of a captain of community risk reduction, which is Captain Don Johnson. We broke out 2 forms of accomplishments that we wanted the citizens to see this year. The first page is administrative accomplishments, and I won't go through these, just a couple high level. We were accredited through the International Association to be a accredited agency. We went through a occupancy risk analysis of the entire fire district. That's something that we had not done. We had some new hires, and then cancer prevention for us is very important. And so last year we completed a departmental project of installing vehicle exhaust systems in all of our stations. So all of our stations contain fans in the Bay Area that remove hydrocarbons from the area of the Bay. And then just some other miscellaneous things that the administration had accomplished through the year. The next page is operational accomplishments. So really this is the heartbeat of our organization. We wanted to take some time and recognize a lot of our staff members for some accolades. So we have our Firefighter of the Year, Volunteer of the Year. We're offering scholarship programs now, and so these individuals receive these types of scholarships to work on their degrees. We had some internal promotions, some new hires, and then a retirement for one of our volunteer members, the Public Works Director, Forrest Jones. They completed almost 24,000 hours of training. And so these are just some accomplishments that our operations had done outside of normal emergency responses for the year. And I won't go through those. What I really wanted to key on in the brief opportunity tonight is to go over some call stats with you. So in 2021, we provided service for right at 65,000 citizens. That's including the city limits of Garner and the unincorporated area which we serve. Our total service area in 2021 is just under 80 square miles of service, and we responded to 6,377 calls. Now, of those calls, some of those are multiple unit responses, meaning if it is a fire, it takes multiple units to respond to that type of incident. So our total unit responses for the year was just under 11,000, so 10,695 unit responses. Our staff trained 24,000 hours to maintain their certifications. And then if you take those 6,000 calls, we broke them up into some broad categories. So we had 221 fires, 4,102 medical calls, 125 hazmat calls, just under 500 fire alarm activations, and 185 cardiac arrest calls. And if you break these call statistics down based on cost per incident, so this is something that, as the fire chief, I'm really proud of this number. So we provide our cost per incident just above $1,000. If you look at national standards, most departments are just under $2,000 per call. So we are very cost effective in what we do. We're providing about 100 calls per 1,000 residents. In 2021, we had $730,000 worth of fire loss based on the fires that we responded to, which equated to just under $12 of fire loss for every citizen in the district. Our call demand, and this is something most years, our calls increase in between 3 and 5%. In between 19 and 20, due to COVID, it went down less than 1%. I think we ran 69 calls less than the year before. But this year, we had a historic increase of call volume. It was the first time that we were over 6,000 calls, and our total call percentage went up just under 15%. That is for call demand. Total unit responses went up 12%. So our call volume increased dramatically this year as compared to previous years. Now, just to break down some call stats off of those, so this is call demand by month. So these are the 12 months out of the year and the number of calls that we ran for those months. And what you're looking for is outlier months, outlier days of the week, times of day, these things, so you can, to try to determine if there needs to be alternative staffing and those things. We don't see any real outliers in month by month. They're generally pretty close. So but it just gives you a snapshot of our calls for each month. Calls for the stations. So right now we operate 4 fire stations. And historically speaking, when you look at our call data, Station 1 and Station 3 generally run a fairly even amount of calls, and Station 2 and 4 run a fairly even. And mainly that's based on the station's locations. Most of our demand is inside the city limits of Garner, where Station 1 and 3 operate. So those are the call volumes by those stations. And then the demand by day of the week. So our total calls, and historically, since as long as I've been tracking it, Sunday is our least amount of calls per day of the week. The other days kind of fluctuate week to week as we monitor that, but Sunday's typically our least amount of calls. By district, so the amount of calls inside the city limits versus inside the unincorporated area, Station 1 is right at 1,600 calls, Station 3 is the same, and then in regarding to Town of Garner calls, Station 2 and 4 are much less. Inversely, when you look at the unincorporated calls, Station 1 and 4 are less than Station 2 and 4 based on station locations. So that's just a snapshot of our call statistics for the year based on what we responded to. Another type of data that we're collecting now is total response time. So, I think last year we did a presentation where we went over this. The first piece of a call is when a citizen dials 911. So when they call 911, that dispatcher, there is a timestamp on how long it takes them to process the call before they notify us. So until that's done, we really have no control. Industry standards, and we would like for that to be 1 minute and 30 seconds. That is our goal to process a call. You can see it's almost twice that, and so that's a concern for us because every minute that occurs, fire doubles. And so for us, the faster we can get the call, the faster we can get there. So our Deputy Chief of Operations, Chief Herman, serves on the County Communication Committee in hopes of trying to develop policies to decrease this number. That number is high for us. Next is turnout time. So that's the time that we get the call to the time the truck gets en route. Our goal is 90 seconds, is a minute and a half. So that's a target goal that we've set through the accreditation process. Last year, we were at 1 minute and 37 seconds. So we were very close to accomplishing that goal, and we monitor this each week. Travel time, our goal is from the time we leave the station to the time we get on scene. Based on our service area, we would like it to be 7 minutes or less, and we almost accomplished that goal 7 minutes and 1 second. Travel time is for ERF. So the difference between the green and the orange block is the green is just getting the first truck there. We just want the first truck there at 7 minutes. It takes longer to get other trucks from other stations. So that total ERF in the orange is effective response force. So that is the time that we can get everybody to the scene from other stations. We'd like for that to be 9 minutes. And so we accomplished that goal. And then total response time is 10 minutes. And so we're still above average on total response time. And total response time with ERF, our goal is 12. So we have certainly improved our call times, but we've got a lot of work on some benchmarking and how do we accomplish decreasing the amount of call processing and some other things. The addition of our 5th fire station will decrease some travel time and increase our ERF, so that certainly helps by having another unit in service. Call demand by shift. So we operate 3 different shifts, A, B, and C. And this is more for our internal staff. They are competitive by nature, so they want to see who ran the most calls. But they're all fairly similar in the amount of calls that their shifts ran. This stat right here is important. So when we do have a call that requires assistance or another department requires assistance, we have automatic aid agreements. And what you'll see is we require aid much more than we give aid, meaning our call volume, our concurrent calls, and the types of calls we have, we rely on other departments to assist us. So we received mutual aid 802 times last year, and we gave mutual aid 279. In community risk reduction and public education, we provided community interaction with almost 5,000 adults and 3,000 children. This pie chart just breaks out the types of calls that we respond to. The majority of our calls are medical in nature, first responder calls. These are our staffed units. So we have several pieces of apparatus that are supplemental in nature, but these pieces of apparatus have personnel assigned to them every day, and this was the total amount of calls that they responded to. Or for internal, again, so our people like to keep track of how they're performing against other firefighters, and this is that turnout time. So, like I said, our goal was 1 minute and 30 seconds. So what this says is engine 1, there's 3 different shifts that operate that engine. Well, A shift, their turnout time 90% of the time was 1 minute and 20 seconds. B shift was 1 minute 17, and C shift was 1 minute 36. These are all, these are all getting us to where we want to be, but it just compares different shifts and stations to each other. But that's more for internal for us to analyze. Some of these higher numbers are units that are not staffed, so we use these as supplemental piece of apparatus. Something that I have kind of taken a personal account to is this number here. So what we're trying to do, we really haven't done it in the past, is determine are smoke alarms present when we respond, even if it's not a fire. If we go to a medical call, we're just trying to determine, is there smoke alarms in your house? And that can be a community risk reduction piece that we can catch along the way. And so last year, we started tracking this information. 40% of the calls that we responded to had smoke alarms, but 40% were undetermined. Honestly, we just didn't look or check. And so this is a number that we're developing a plan to try to get that percentage lowered. So that's a piece of process improvement for us moving forward. And then this right here, so this is when we do have a fire, and I'll start a structure fire, a house fire, if you will. So when we get there, our goal is to extinguish the fire as swiftly as possible and confine it to a centralized location. And so I am very proud of this, and this is reflective of our firefighters. 50% of the time when they arrive on the scene, they confine the fire to the room of origin, meaning wherever, if the fire started in the kitchen or your living room, when they arrive, they're able to confine it, to stop it to that room. And that's a great number for us. 26% of the time, we confine it to the building of origin, 7% of the time to the object. So if it's a toaster or stove, something like that. 13% of the time, they confined it to the floor of origin, and then less than 10%, the building was fully engulfed and created some exposure damage to a car, a barn, another house. That's a very low percentage of fires that we responded to that spread outside of the actual building itself. And then the last pieces of information I'll go over, just a couple maps for you. So this map depicts every call that we responded to in 2021. These are our stations. This is station 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then this is our heat area. This is where the majority of our calls are, and it correlates into the population density of the city limits of Garner. But this is our entire fire district and where all of our call locations were for 2021. Another map, we use the United States National Grid System. And so this grid system can be used across the United States as a general means of looking at any map or any outlay of information. And again, in this grid right here, we responded to 140 calls in that area. And so each one of these grids, you can just take a look at where the majority of the calls are occurring based on this system. Our stations are located in gray here, so you can see where they are. And then, so this was initial unit responses. And remember, we said that there are calls that require multiple units. And so this is total unit responses here. So this is just another way to look at all of the total units that were responded and where they were. And then we've got a grid system map of the same information based on unit responses. And if you look, the colors are really, the call density is the same versus unit responses or total call responses. That concludes our public annual report. It is located on our website for our citizens to view, and I will be glad to answer any questions that you have regarding our 2021 call stats.
Okay, thank you, Chief Poole, and I want to thank you and congratulate your fire department for the good work that you do. I had the special privilege of being here, I believe, when they had the occasion when your accreditation was announced as something that was a big event for your department, and I commend you for that, and I'm very, very proud of the work you do. Council, you've heard this report, and of course there's much more additional information, but at any rate, I'll start with Mr. Matthews and see if you have questions or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Response time, and I know how important that is, and it seemed like from the 911 call center, it's really jammed up there, 3 minutes or so to process. Is that due to personnel shortage, or what do you attribute that to, as far as you know now? I know you're looking at it.
Yes, sir. So there's a lot of factors that attribute to that number. The amount of dispatchers certainly attributes to that. Another is, so for us, it's a difference of philosophy. So we are product driven. So we're producing a product. We're trying to get there and do something as good and fast as we can. A 911 center is process-driven. So they go through multiple processes to gather as much information as they can, which is great for us to get that information, but it takes time. So what we've got to find is balance. We have to find balance between product and process. So what we're trying to get them to do is once they receive the call and they get basic information, go ahead and dispatch us, and as you're gathering that information, pass that on. So all of our trucks have mobile data terminals. So it's live CAD information. So as a dispatcher is gathering this, it automatically uploads to the unit. So if we can get that accomplished, they can get us on the road faster and then continually send us information. To me, is a happy medium. The issue is it's a cultural difference. We want to get there yesterday. They want to get as much information to make those decisions as they can, and it takes time.
And my other question with Interstate 40, now the southern loop out there, I know probably the only thing you can measure it on at this point would be I-40 out there. Do we see a lot of calls? I know there's a lot of accidents and things of that nature. Can you share anything about that?
Yeah, and yes. So the area that we monitor on I-40 is exit 312, which is 40 and 42 in Johnston County, and we go all the way to 301, which is the Beltline. So we've got about 11 miles of I-40 district. That entire area is under construction, and so our call volume regarding wrecks on I-40 is astronomically higher than it has been in previous years, and is based on construction itself. Last year, we had a meeting with the Highway Patrol last year, and based on the call stats, there were more wrecks in that section of I-40 than any other in any part of North Carolina. And it's just road construction is what's causing it.
I've been able to get to it easy.
Yes, sir, and that's another problem. So turnarounds, if we're headed eastbound and it's in a westbound lane, we have to go further east to turn and come back. What we have done because of that, we've gone into an agreement with the Cleveland Fire Department, and so they're dispatched to certain types of wrecks, and they proceed westbound while we go eastbound in hopes of getting a unit there faster. So we do that.
Great presentation, by the way.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Gil. Mr. Singleton.
Thanks for the information, as always. It's good information to have. I know y'all doing a good job and always working to improve, so appreciate the work y'all do.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Ms. Behringer.
Great presentation. I had the privilege of hearing it a couple of weeks ago, and so I was amazed then, and I'm amazed now. So often, I think in general, the population sees the fire department as coming to the rescue, but they don't see the behind-the-scenes things that are done. They don't see the medical calls and the stranded cat in the tree calls and that sort of thing. And these guys do so very much more than what we perceive on a daily basis. So thank you for the report.
Dellinger.
Yeah, thanks, Chief, for the information. I think what Councilwoman Behringer said about all the other things you all do is not captured here. Your performance of the department during COVID and all the calls you all had to do and the danger you put yourselves in during that, the peaks of that. And then the firefighters who were at the park race that helped. And there was another one in November, and it times right up with the information you gave. I was coming back from the reception we had for Auto Around Town at GPAC and came around Vandora Springs Road, and there's a car that had just gone into a ditch, apparently. So we pulled right into Hall Boulevard, told Rebecca to call 911. I ran to the car. Some other cars stopped, and then the firefighters got there, and she got off the phone. Right, she said, the dispatcher said, "Get off the phone when you hear the sirens." I said, "How long did it take them?" And she was like, 3 minutes. And most of that time was probably her getting information and you guys gearing up. So I saw it happen. And also, just last thing, I want to thank you and your department and staff. I won't mention them by name because they don't want to be mentioned by name. Nobody wants credit for anything. But your help with the Christmas parade last year and your department helping is just another way that I don't think is really captured in the annual report of all the other community stuff you do. That, again, is not putting out fires, but is really important. So thank you.
Mr. Vance.
Congratulations to the department. know, 10 years in the process of making and reaching this point, which a lot has to go into accreditation, and at the end of it, I understand that you're recognized, the department was recognized being professional and a model department. So congratulations on that effort, and I'd like to say, Will, calls that you received last year, which is an increase, and you have dug down into the statistics as to what type of calls they were, and the response, as has been said here, has been, in my opinion, extremely good, and just expect more of the best out of the department in the future.
Okay, and I'll just say, Chief, as you well know, with the bond referendum that passed this year, we expect to construct fire station number 5, I guess it'll be alluded to, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Which will give you some more areas to cover, but have a station closer by in some of those areas out there. So again, I commend you for the good work that you and your department does. Please pass along to them the comments made by this council here this evening. And if anybody has any further questions or comments,
Mr. Mayor, can we
Okay.
talk about accreditation, like Chief, for people that's watching online and here, to be accredited, how many accredited fire departments are in the United States out of how many?
So there are approximately 30,000 fire departments in the United States, and there are less than 300 that have completed the accreditation process. So it's less than 1% of departments in the United States are internationally accredited.
Congratulations again.
Thank you, thank you. And it certainly, it goes to the team. Mr. Vance said it was 10 years, and it really was. It took the first 5 years to just determine what needs we would have to even get started, and then the town graciously gave us the support to do that, and then it took 5 years to go through the process. Chief Hathcock, being our accreditation manager, has really been instrumental in the last 2 years of getting us to that milestone. So thank you. We are proud of it. Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Chief,
Mr.
if you want to comment, let's see, once you have accreditation, I'm trying to think the renewal period, is it every,
It's every 5 years.
5 years.
Yes, sir, but you do annual compliance reports, so you have to keep up with it each year and then go through a reaccreditation process, much like police does with CALIA. So fire really modeled their system after the law enforcement agencies.
okay, sir. Well, thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We'll invite you to stick around if you want to, but we'll also give you permission to leave and get on your way if you need to, sir.
If you're okay, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to dive into the overdose information.
Oh, excuse me, yeah, you're right, I'm sorry. Yep.
So Sam Bridgers, our town lobbyist, had asked some time ago on overdose information, and so he and I talked in December, and this was the first opportunity that we had to get together. So I'll go over mine briefly and then turn it over to Sam, and Chief Smith has some information from the PD as well. Sam had reached out based on the opioid epidemic to determine how are overdoses inside the city limits and some information. So we've got some call stats based on our first responder medical calls that I'll go over, and then I'll turn it over to Sam. So just for us in the last 3 years, and when Sam and I spoke, this was December, so we did January to November. So it's almost a full year each worth of data. But January through November of 2021, 20, and 19, these were the overdose calls that we responded to. And so it's pretty consistent over the last 3 years. There was a spike in 2020, but just under 200 overdose calls out of 80 square miles of district is what we responded to. So very similar to the maps that you saw in our annual report. This is the national grid system, and all the red dots are overdose calls that we responded to from January to November of last year. And you can see it is a heat map. So there's an area right here that we certainly run more overdose calls than anywhere else, but they're also sporadic amongst our entire district. So this is just a zoomed in level of that heat area for us, and I'll show you a slide in just a little bit. And we'll talk about the in-town suites particularly, but What I will say from analyzing this, it's not just there. It is this general area based around the proximity of that intersection. So if you were to expand this where this circle is, this is still a much higher amount of overdose calls in a centralized area than anywhere else that we respond to. And then, so this was just another snapshot. So this is our Narcan administration. And so I'm not going to get in a lot of details about Narcan because we produce a medical report that is separate than a fire report, and they're HIPAA issues. But what I can show you is everywhere you see a triangle are areas that we administered Narcan. So Narcan, and Chief Smith will elaborate on this, is a drug that we use to combat an opioid overdose. And I'll let her expand on that. But you can see the central, where we are mainly using that drug for opioid overdoses. And then, and I will end mine with this. So based on 2021, January through November, the most frequent overdose address to us is 1491 US 70, or the In-Town Suites extended stay. And so as we have dug into community risk reduction, we look at risk, not just fire risk. We look at other types of risk because those risks determine other types of emergencies that we respond to. And so if you look at the socioeconomic demographic profile of this area, it meets multiple levels of risk. So generally that area houses people that are below poverty, high unemployment rate, low income, no high school education. It's a multi-unit structure. So you have population density. So there's a lot of people in one building. There's a lot of people there that do not have primary vehicles, and there's a lot of people multiple people staying in one room. And when you add all those risks together, you get these types of situations, along with fires. And again, I'll let Chief Smith talk about any other issues that they encounter from a law enforcement standpoint. But Sam had asked to do some overdose information. Those were our total overdose calls, and this is where our primary address that we respond to is at. So I'll turn it over to Sam or Lori.
Mayor, members of council, thank you. I just wanted to expand on what Chief Poole was talking about and provide statistics from the police department for 2019 to 2021. In 2019, we responded to 29 overdoses. We investigated 4 overdose deaths. In 2020, we saw an increase in the number of incidents we responded to. We responded to 48 overdose calls and again investigated 4 overdose deaths. One of the things that changed in 2020 was the fact that we started carrying naloxone, commonly referred to as Narcan, which is a medication, like Chief Poole said, that counteracts the effects of opioids. So in 2020, we administered, as police officers, first responders, naloxone 7 times. And then this past year, we responded to 71 overdose calls and investigated 6 deaths, and then again administered naloxone 29 times. So in regards to the primary point that the fire department responds to, we've also responded to 1491 West US 70, and over the past 3 years have investigated or responded to 15 overdose calls at that location. And just to expand on that, with looking at the numbers from 2019 to 2021, we have responded to 1,278 calls for service at that location, which is just over, 426 calls a year. So it keeps us busy. Any
Question
questions?
for Chief Smith while she's here.
I've got one. Is there a particular drug or something you're seeing a lot of that really stands out? The Narcan, I understand how that works, but is there something in particular you see in a lot of, or is it just a blend?
Just a blend, but I mean, we are seeing more of the opioids and fentanyl and methamphetamines coming in, which Garner is seeing. You know, we're not immune to the same issues that we're seeing nationwide, so we're seeing some of those trends as well as some of the other municipalities and jurisdictions.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Bridges? Welcome, sir.
I wanted to, Sam Bridges, town lobbyist. I wanted to thank Councilman Vance for this discussion we had and his request to bring some more information before you. I'm just going to give you some general information tonight, and perhaps we can explore this some more later on. As you know, we're in the midst of an opioid epidemic in this country and in North Carolina. Since 2017, more than 10,000 North Carolinians have died from drug overdoses. More than 100,000 people across the country died of overdoses between April 2020 and April 2021. Over that period, the nationwide overdose death rate rose 27%. In North Carolina, it grew by 37%. So as you can see, we've had some problems with this here and all over North Carolina. So just some general information. As y'all know, the fire department and the police carry Narcan. An ordinary citizen can do the same thing. You can go to Target or your pharmacy and ask the pharmacist. You don't have to have a prescription. You don't have to have a problem. And you can purchase it for, I think, probably somewhere between $100 and $150 and carry it yourself. If you have a family member who is having a problem with it or somebody who you think could use it, then you can purchase it yourself. And also, as you can imagine, there's a scarcity of treatment resources, especially for adolescents, folks that are under 18. We have a crisis facility in the county. It's called Wake Brook. It's near Wake Med, 107 Sunnybrook Road. There's a 24-hour crisis line. Young people and adults can walk in there anytime with a problem and seek treatment, detoxification, and there are some inpatient beds there. The county's adult facility is really just designed for adults and really designed just for adults that are unemployed and homeless. There is a new facility opening in Fuquay sometime in April or May. My understanding is that may have the opportunity for treatment there for some adolescents. I talked with Ms. Foreman about that at the county, and she's looking forward to that facility being open, and we can gather some more details about that. And I just want to also point out to you, and as you know, this is not just a problem among transient poor people. It is a problem that has affected every member of society, high and low. I want to mention three to you who are friends of friends. A client named Blythe was born in 2002. She grew up in Johnston County, lived with her parents near 4042. She died in July 2021, we suspect, from a drug overdose. Another part of the problem is when somebody dies from a drug overdose, if they have gone somewhere else to use and are not treated at the scene of where they're using, the parents, the family doesn't get immediate information on from the toxicology report or the medical examiner. It sometimes takes months for them to know exactly what happened. But as you know, in many cases where these sudden deaths happen, it is because of the prevalence of fentanyl, the very strong opioid drug that has, some folks have become tolerant enough to use it a little bit, but most others encounter it within and didn't know they were taking it. And two others, Huntley was a young man also born in 2002, lived in Raleigh during his formative years. He died this February in 2022. Scott was born in 1998. His father is an attorney here in Raleigh. He died on October 19th, 2021. He attended Wake County Schools. And again, these are folks who were, again, not transient, but grew up here, began to encounter opioids and maybe other things in their formative years and died from overdoses. So again, what we could do, if you would like, Mr. Vance, or whatever the council would like to do, we could explore this some more. There are treatment specialists. Just wanted to mention one of my client's mothers who, in seeking treatment for her son, really researched the availability of treatment in Wake County and in North Carolina, and it is very scarce. But in doing that, she's become quite an expert on what is and isn't available. She ended up sending her son to inpatient facility in Washington State, and as you can imagine, if you don't have insurance, health insurance, if you don't have family support, it is very hard for you to manage the situation. The one other thing, when people encounter opioid problems, many of them benefit by going to a methadone clinic, and you may know what that is. It is an opioid, but it is supposed to be a stabilizing opioid, and that an addict can seek treatment for and take that every day to balance them out, try to wean them off. There is a methadone clinic available. The closest one to us is on Old Garner Road, South Light. You've probably been by it 100 times on the way into Raleigh. But there are not many of those in the county. So anyway, that's what we have to present. I appreciate Councilman Vance and you all taking the time to listen to this tonight, and be happy to talk to you more about it sometime, or happy to answer questions if you have any.
Yeah, if you will hold just a minute, Mr. Reed, we won't get in a long discussion tonight perhaps, but I will see if council has any comments or questions. I'll start with Mr. Vance down here, if you have anything.
Yes, first of all, thank you for bringing this information forth to the chief and also to Sam, Mr. Bridges, for bringing this forth. And I was looking at problem in this area. It's quite evident, and as to what we can do, I would appreciate more information as it comes available to us, because it is a problem that if we don't have it, it's happening all around us, and we may not even know it is happening around us. Individuals that we do not expect to be using may be using. And I would appreciate if the council is in agreement with continuation of this study, so we can gain more information and see how we can possibly do some things to assist and curtail, provide some support in combating this particular epidemic that is right within our own neighborhoods.
Sure. Mr. Dellinger, anything?
Thank you to Councilman Vance for initiating this conversation, and thank you all for presenting. It's a lot to think about, for sure.
Very good. Mr. Singleton.
Thank you all for the information.
Thank you for the information. It's an eye-opener. You don't realize, like I said, what's going on next door sometimes till you hear this. And appreciate keeping us updated. Thank you.
Okay, again, I will echo what the council said. Thank you for taking the time and coming and sharing this with us. We'll anticipate some further conversations about this issue and see how we can do some things to try to capture some of the ways we can improve this and make this better. Thank you. Okay, council, moving through our agenda, the next item is to approve the consent agenda.
So
There-
moved.
Okay,
Second.
thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? No, and it is so ordered. All right, we'll now move into the section of our agenda called public hearings. We have 3 of those this evening. And so I'm going to call on Mr. David Banford and our planning department for the first conditional zoning map amendment with a master plan. And I will formally open the public hearing and recognize our staff, Mr. Banford.
This is a conditional zoning request. This site is located on Wilmington Road, northwest of the intersection of Wilmington Road and Jones Sausage Road. The acreage is approximately 11.32 acres in size. And this is what we call a Tier 2 conditional zoning request. It has written conditions that deal with architecture and amenities. In addition, there is a master sketch plan attached as well. To summarize the request, this is to conditionally rezone from heavy industrial, which is I-2, to multifamily conditional district 250 for the development of residential dwelling units at a density of no more than 7.5 units per acre. This is a vicinity map of the rezoning site outlined in orange. Wilmington Road runs along the western boundary of the site, so the only access currently to the property is on Wilmington Road. Hunter's Mark is located to the east, to the north, and also kind of the southeast here. We do have some vacant, large tracts of land on the other side of Wilmington Road on the west side. And as you get closer to Wilmington Road and Jones Sausage, you transition to industrial, large office, flex space uses. Intersection of I-40 and Jones Sausage Road is located in this vicinity. These are street views from this past summer. The picture on the left is looking north on Wilmington Road with the rezoning site over to the right. And the picture on the right is looking south on Wilmington Road back towards Jones Sausage with the rezoning site located on. This map shows the current existing zoning that's out in this vicinity now. The site is currently zoned heavy industrial 2. Hunter's Mark is zoned multi-residential 1. The property on the west side of Wilmington Road is zoned agricultural, low-density residential R40. Near the intersection of Wilmington Road and Jones Sausage, we have more industrial and service business commercial zoning. Property directly to the south was rezoned a few years ago from heavy industrial 2 to residential R15. This is this chart shows the zoning history in this vicinity. Hunter's Mark was rezoned in 1997. There was a rezoning in 1998 along Calabar Street. Property directly to the south here was rezoned in 2014 from heavy industrial 2 to R15. And just going over the existing zoning, this is industrial 2 general use. So there are 60 different uses that could potentially be developed on the site. and the list is here. Some of the more intense uses would include industrial use with outdoor storage, manufacturing and production, warehouse, freight, truck terminals, in addition to typical commercial uses like retail sales, office, restaurants, and uses like that. This is a conditional request, so the applicant is proposing to rezone from heavy industrial to multifamily 1, conditional District 250. And the applicant is proposing use restrictions, and those are listed here. So permissible uses will be restricted to townhomes and condominiums only. All other uses that would otherwise be allowed in the MF1 district would be prohibited, and that would include apartments, schools, churches, and community centers. In addition to use restrictions, the applicant is proposing conditions that would apply to any development on the site, and I'll walk through those quickly. Townhouses will be combined in 4, 5, and 6 unit buildings. The front facade of each group attached townhouses will be a combination of stone, board, and siding, horizontal siding, shakes, and/or shingles, and a 10-inch minimum eave overhang. Vinyl siding will not be permissible. The maximum density shall be no greater than 7.5 units per acre. 4, all units shall contain a minimum of 1,250 square feet of heated gross floor area with a minimum 1-car garage. Number 5, any outdoor community gathering space would be 250 square feet with areas with amenities such as parks, park benches, sidewalks, and landscaping. 6 garage doors will have decorative carriage hardware. The garages will be a minimum of 12 by 20 feet in area, and this does include areas for the hot water heater, trash, and recycling cans. 8, a group of townhouses shall have no more than 2 units without horizontal offsets of at least 2 feet. There will be no sidewall without a side door or window. And 10, all townhouse front entries shall be covered. There were 2 neighborhood meetings with this project. One is required. The second was above and beyond the requirement for the neighborhood meeting. Staff identified 77 properties within the 300-foot notification buffer that we use for the public hearing notices. The first meeting was on October the 4th, and both meetings were at the Garner Senior Center. The first meeting had approximately 13 in attendance. The second meeting was on January the 10th, 2022, and there were approximately 16 in attendance at this meeting. And we noted that there were quite a few on the sign-in sheet that were outside of the 300-foot notification buffer. Next, we will discuss the master plan.
Good evening, Mr. Triesenberg.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Jeff Triesenberg, Planning Director. Just quickly to go over the master plan for you, it's 11.32 acres. We have about a 7.5, I think is the correct unit cap per acre, as opposed to 75. It's roughly the same anyhow. Minimum width for townhomes by ordinance is 18 feet, and you see the setbacks there for the MF1 district. It is a 30-foot separation between buildings unless they triangulate and actually shift and offset from building to building. So here is the master plan. We do have a Neuse River buffer that cuts through and parallels on the eastern side of the site adjacent to Hunter's Mark. So it does have the benefit of accentuating the buffers that are otherwise required from a perimeter standpoint. That stream kind of goes off into the Hunter's Mark subdivision up here. But we do have then preserved 35-foot buffers around the remainder. The community open space, they have chosen to put that around the cemetery and to focus on passive type things that might be considered more appropriate for the situation. And then you see we have a single stormwater pond back here that would take things off. The streets would be public. They are proposing an alley here, so these units here would be an alley loaded type product. The project would have 2 access points, both off of Wilmington. Wilmington will be widened to half of a major collector. I'm just going to go back to this real briefly. Once you get to about this area on the site, the available right-of-way starts to disappear just from the way that when Hunter's Mark was built and the amount where their property line was and the way the right-of-way could be left. The right-of-way actually pinches down when you get off-site here, such that there's not enough right-of-way to sneak a roadway through at this time up to the next street. There is enough right-of-way that they can at least make a sanitary sewer connection there. But they would be widening the full length of the project enough to put the curb and gutter where it needs to be, and then at least allow for enough pavement to fulfill two-way traffic needs. So we would actually be getting a little over half of the future right-of-way in some, or half of the future improvements in some cases. Pedestrian access, there'll be sidewalks along both sides of all streets. That comes from ADA interaction with the requirement for mail kiosks, and there would also be sidewalk extended along Wilmington Road. In terms of tree cover, again, at the time, the rule was 12 to 14%. However, we estimate that the perimeter buffers plus the environmental buffers would actually comprise a preservation-only area of about 19.7% of the site. So that gets us well into our kind of 18 to 20 range that we've adopted. Perimeter buffers, again, are noted there. The street buffer along Wilmington would be 20 feet wide with street trees. And of course, those are always provided every 40 feet. Just at the cemetery, there is a special buffering requirement against that. It is just a 10-foot buffer, but it does require screening material, so a large shrub that will grow to 6 feet in height. And that needs to be kind of pretty solid. In terms of parks and open space, they are required 10%, which is 1.13 acres. We currently believe that they're at about 14%. Again, going back to environment and floodplain, we don't have any floodplains, but there is that Neuse River buffer, as we pointed out in the master plan, that runs along the southern 2/3 of the eastern property line. The site would be served by City of Raleigh water and sewer. Again, the sewer connection would need to actually come up here from Long Bay Street. It actually doesn't work to get access to any of the other possible locations, so that is the one way where it can connect and do so in a gravity type situation. There is a 12-inch water main currently in Wilmington that goes about 1/3 of the way up the site before it cuts cross-country over to Jewel Street. So that would then be carried up along Wilmington Road. Currently Raleigh has not identified any upstream extensions, but if that were to change, they would be required to make those. So at preliminary plat, if we were to get there, we would again be checking for the lighting, the stormwater management specifics, the water line and hydrant spacing, as well as all of the landscaping would need to be re-verified and the parking individually accounted for as well. Again, in terms of plan consistency, the Planning Commission would then review this and make their written recommendation, including a specific statement on plan consistency. It then needs to come back to you for potentially adopting that consistency statement as well as a statement on reasonableness. And so I've added a slide for tonight's presentations. This is not meant to be potentially a permanent thing, but I did want to acknowledge the retreat last week and kind of include this slide to let you know of some of the things that we've been thinking about on the TRC and things that we probably want to be considering going forward. So some of the things about this particular project, any project here on these properties would widen a key minor transportation corridor. Wilmington is the connection between Creech and Jones Sausage for the future, so there is some potential benefit there. In terms of balancing your non-residential to residential mix, this does take some non-residential acreage away, albeit it is heavy industrial. Another point of consideration is related to that residential, non-residential, what's more appropriate next to Hunter's Mark. And just a comment there that those previous two bullets generally pull in opposite directions, so there's not always a good ready answer. Other points of consideration could be that you would potentially be putting more housing units in closer proximity to employment opportunities. Do the voluntary conditions promote character and value? We've been back and forth with the applicant about some of their voluntary architectural and design conditions. They've put forth some, but not all recommendations. And then again, in terms of focusing on the quality of your open space, perhaps focusing on passive is more appropriate given the adjacent cemetery in this particular instance. So again, just to give you an idea of some of the things we've been thinking about, things that we think Planning Commission and y'all should be thinking about as well as you move towards a decision. In terms of tonight, we do recommend that once you've heard the comments, questions, concerns from the general public, that we refer this to the Planning Commission for the recommendation regarding plan consistency. And so if you have any questions of us, we'll be glad to answer. And otherwise, the applicant does have a presentation they would like to give as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Triesenberg. And council, I will give you an opportunity if you have questions for Mr. Triesenberg. Mr. Singleton, I'll start with you.
No, sir, not at this time.
Okay. Mr. Matthews? Anything?
Not at this time.
Okay. Mr. Vance?
No questions at this time.
Okay. Mr. Dellinger?
At this time.
And Ms. Behringer? Okay. Are we ready to hear from the applicant at this point? If you'll please announce your name and address, sir.
Good evening, members of council. Toby Coleman, 150 Fayetteville Street in Raleigh. Hope you're all doing well. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Pram Lane Studios. With me today is Chester Allen with Pram Lane Studios. And then we've also got some of the development team here, Patty Harrell Hilborn of McKim & Creed, and Caroline Cheeves of Ramey Kemp. Patty has done a lot of the land planning related to the master plan. Caroline's here in case there's any traffic questions. As noted by David and Jeff, this is a rezoning with a master plan. It's a rezoning about 11.32 acres on property owned by what I believe are some sisters, Helen Greer, Esther Steptoe, and Annie Norris. Before I discuss the specifics of the master plan, I want to talk a little bit about the property location and the unique considerations here were outlined a little bit by David. David, if you go to the next slide. So this is a little bit of a unique infill rezoning for townhomes. I guess, could you go to the next slide when you get a chance? There we go. In that, instead of being, some of the townhome projects that you have seen or are going to see are generally zoned residential for single family, R20, R9, things like that. This is zoned heavy industrial, I2. But it's not zoned heavy industrial surrounded by heavy industrial. It is a unique parcel that, because of a series of prior council decisions, is basically entirely surrounded. It's I2 entirely surrounded by residential. as I'll detail later, and Jeff sort of hinted at it in his presentation, the fact that you have a heavy industrial zone land right next to a existing single-family residential subdivision in Hunter's Mark creates a basket of potential problems and complaints. There's an array, the array of uses that are allowed by right in heavy industrial could create conflicts with citizens and nuisance concerns that you wouldn't necessarily get with a townhome. The question that I've been pondering, and I don't know a more artful way to say it, so I'll say it in my own inartful way, which is, if everything else was zoned and this property was completely blank, what would be the appropriate zone? And I think in this case, I think a residential zoning, as is proposed, makes good sense here. If you go to the next slide. This is sort of a situation where I think it's worth taking a little bit more of a deeper look at the zoning history that I know David gives you with all your zoning cases. What I've got here is a map, and what I did was I outlined, what's outlined in orange is the extent from about the mid-90s of the area, and this is obviously Amazon is down sort of in the bottom on the right side of Jones Sausage Road. This is the area that used to be zoned industrial. And what you see in this map is that over the last 25 years, that's slowly been chipped away. And it's been chipped away by a series of decisions by, in developments. First you had Hunter's Mark, then there was a rezoning to zone the area right in front of Hunter's Mark along Calabar to be SB. And then actually one of the sisters of the I believe one of the family members of the current property that we're talking about rezoned the 4.3 acres south of the site in 2014 to R15 to residential from heavy industrial. If you go to the next slide, David. So, in really thinking about this, thinking about consistency, thinking about appropriateness, one of the other things we did and just thinking ahead was look at the comprehensive plan. I know we don't usually talk about this yet, but I thought that this was worth noting because I know that y'all are very proud of and protective of the fact that you have a 55-45 split here in town with, and a significant commercial base, and you're concerned about maintaining that and making sure that there's adequate place for growth. One of the things I'll note is this is the Northeast Gateway Plan in the Garner Forward Plan. And what you see here is there's a lot of vision here. This was, I believe, pre-Amazon, post Slim Jim of this area and the future of industrial development in this area. And what you see here is a lot of vision about the area closer to Jones Sausage Road, but you don't see any vision, even though this property has been zoned industrial for a very long time, for this specific area. And I would submit that's because it's just in a place that's tough to have heavy industrial. It's been zoned heavy industrial for a long time. It hasn't been developed. If you go to the next slide. So I do want to go ahead and talk about the master plan as well. The proposed zoning conditions provide for 7.5 units per acre. You've heard some basic outline from staff detailing the aspects of this project. If you go to the next slide. One of the things I do want to note in terms of design commitments is that this is all of the units will have a garage. That's one of the commitments. One of the interesting aspects of this, just for a history note, is that this was a project that was initially submitted prior to there being a Tier 2 rezoning, before there were master plans was even an option. That's why you have such extensive zoning conditions proposed. And then when the master plan process came through, we've worked with the staff to make this a master plan project. All units will have a garage, minimum 1,250 square feet. We've tried to address concerns about siding and design with a no vinyl siding provision. You've heard about the various design commitments that have been proposed. It is worth noting that there is a 20%, almost 20% tree canopy. So there's extensive protection on the site as well as extensive open space. that's achieved through this development. If you go to the next slide, David. And then finally, I just want to note, I know staff did a very good job of this, but there is a list, and I just sort of picked the ones that jumped out at me the most, of some of the things that are currently allowed by right on this property, right? Bars, towing, storage, repair, industrial manufacturing, warehousing, freight moving, recycling collection, gas station, an outdoor kennel, electronic gaming center. And what is being proposed here, I think can be fairly called a downzoning. And what it can help do is reduce conflicts with adjoining residential. And it's a 9-acre rezoning. I have tried my best ahead of our hearing to get Joe Stallings to agree that this is a great idea. And Joe has not said no, but he has not said yes yet. But what I will submit to you is I don't think this is a major impact on the industrial stock. And in fact, if you think about some of the things you talked about at your council retreat, what I note is this is a good location for something that you all talked about in connection with developing more places to work in Garner, which is you need places for people to live near where there are central working sort of centers. And Jones Sausage Road is positioned and will become a major working center. It's already, one of the home to the largest employer in town. There's a great new industrial center that's going to go in there as well. This would provide some opportunity for that in a way that would mesh well with the community and create fewer conflicts than, say, an industrial center. With that, we're available for questions and comments. Are obviously eager to hear the council's thoughts on this development and various aspects about it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Coleman. I'll start with Mr. Vance if he has any questions, comments.
I don't have any questions.
Okay, Mr. Dellinger.
Sort of questions for staff, and this comes sort of in light of his comments and in light of our retreat as well, on the importance of us revisiting as a town our land use plan and deciding what is an appropriate and inappropriate use. He mentioned the comp plan, and he brought up the diagram of the campus park that would be developed. That didn't happen. We ended up with warehouse space. So we can have these plans, but we're not necessarily following those plans. And I think coming out of our retreat, we decided to revisit that. I think we haven't paid much attention to these small area plans and developing what our vision for how these places should develop. And Hunter's Mark has been kind of in the crosshairs on a lot of these decisions and are constantly in a position to fight for themselves, which is, I'm glad they do. And piggybacking on that is I have a question about Wilmington Road and what the plan is. Is there the money for it? Will it ever happen? And what's the effective connectivity to Hunter's Mark? I know there's some houses down there that have a road that almost goes behind the houses. Is that supposed to be part of it? And I think that's part of the concern in a lot of the communities is there's a larger vision for the area is not being communicated. And I think it's helpful for us on council as well when we're looking at a special use permit a few weeks ago to have this sort of information also made available. And I think that helps the public. So my comment is on the land use plan, and I'm glad we have developers that have site control and are interested in doing this type of development. However, and I don't think anyone on council wants it to go be used for a gas station, but I do think there's a need for us to plan this part of town more carefully and deliberately. And then I want some comment on the Wilmington Road plan, because it sounds like a plan, it's sort of in a plan, but it's how it's going to actually develop and its impact and effects on Hunter's Mark and its connectivity. I don't think any of that is clear to me.
So, let me try and boil this down. Wilmington Road has been on the plans long before Hunter's Mark. Hunter's Mark came in, as I think David noted, due to a rezoning decision I think a lot of us look back on that now and question that. The good thing about the way it is designed, though, is it's, again, not conducive to cut-through traffic, and so Wilmington is the conveyor of what traffic there is. So when Hunter's Mark was built, David, I don't know, can you bring up that larger? Yeah. You'll notice that they actually built a section of Wilmington Road in the very back, which is actually just up here off of the screen. So that is future Wilmington Road. So it's just a matter now of, like I say, you see here the way the right-of-way narrows and widens. In some cases, we've actually gotten folks on this side of the road to dedicate the remainder of the right-of-way. But as of right now, nothing's happened with this parcel here to go ahead and get the remainder of that. So there would be this connection at Long Bay, and then there's another one further up here that to future Wilmington, which again was partially platted and partially built with Hunter's Mark, so that should not be a surprise to anyone. In terms of the land use plan, I do know, I recall when we looked at this corridor, we looked specifically at these sites because we knew it had been talked about. The sisters had been to us in 2014. There was a difference of opinion between them. 3 wanted to keep their property industrial because they felt that was the best return on their investment. The other sister wanted to, her goal was to subdivide the property for each of her kids. Did not realize the sewer implications of getting sewer service to each of those, and the perking situation just doesn't work. So when we did that plan, again, without doing a super deep dive, because again, we did some larger brushes, we knew the zoning was I-2. We chose at that time to code it as light industrial so that it wasn't we were acknowledging the fact that heavy industrial was probably not the best fit for Hunter's Mark. But beyond that, we didn't feel we could go any further because those other discussions were fresh in our minds, and the family was very adamant about keeping. So at that time, there just wasn't a big push to go ahead and analyze it much further than that. So that hopefully gives you a little background.
It does, and it also kind of underscores the point of mine that I think we need to concentrate on these local area plans. The right-of-way situation out there sounds like a mess, and I know there's other developments and opportunities, both commercial and residential and mixed, that if we don't have a vision for it, it's going to be this patchwork that is how it's been developed to date. So I'll pass to Ms. Behringer.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Matthews.
Nothing at this time right now.
Okay, Mr. Singleton.
Well, I agree that maybe that particular site maybe should not be as intense as I-2. I don't know if putting the multifamily townhomes back up to Hunter's Mark is the correct zoning either. But we'll just continue.
Okay, and we had Mr. Coleman up there. I don't know if anybody had other questions for him, but I wanted to give you one more chance there. And you have other folks from the applicant who want to speak and make a presentation. Is that correct?
Only if necessary. They sent, I've given the overview. There's people who are a lot smarter than me that are here, so if you've got questions, you probably direct them at them.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Coleman while he's at the podium? Okay. Thank you, sir. We have nothing else from staff at this point. Okay. I'll be happy to hear further from the applicant if there's anybody who wants to present. If not, I will recognize folks who may be here this evening who want to speak at this public hearing. And so we can come back to the applicant if we need to at this point. You're satisfied? Okay. All right. Who is here that desire to speak on this matter at this public hearing this evening? Could you just raise your hand if you'd let me know? Are there any? Okay, seeing none, hearing none. Any other thing for the town? You're finished, is that right? Any summary, David?
Yes, sir, we're ready to hear from the public now.
Okay. Okay, if you would please come to the podium, ma'am, and state your name and address.
Okay, my name is Verna Shelton, and I'm the heir of the sister that passed, Sandra Hamlin. That was the other fourth sister out of the three. Anyway, I was concerned about the sewage system that you're proposing for the new development. We're unable to develop on our land because we don't have proper sewage and water connected due to this plan y'all planning to have and everything. So I was just wondering, will we be able to have access to that sewage line and the water system once it's developed? And will, another question is, will the land have to be, any of our land have to be like used, or, you know, we have to give up any of our property as of access to get to the units that y'all talking about developing? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Patty Harrell Hilburn. I'm with McKim and Creed, 1730 Varsity Drive in Raleigh. To answer your question, we have talked with the city of Raleigh concerning water and sewer. As you know, and as I believe David had mentioned, there is a 12-inch water line that exists down Wilmington Road that you could tie into your property. There's an existing one there, yes. The other thing is that the city of Raleigh will require us to stub to adjacent property. That is one of their requirements. And so there will be a point near that property line for your...
I mean, when you say near, I mean, is it going to be 50 feet?
I couldn't tell you right now because we've not designed the whole plan. I can just tell you that the city of Raleigh will ask us to stub to that property.
Okay,
Yeah, there'll be an easement associated with that for you to connect to.
And the second...
Ma'am, do we need her to come to the podium so we can hear her?
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you're gonna speak further, we need you.
As you come...
And we still need to get you to...
You're going to make...
Ma'am, I've asked you if you will to come to the podium, please.
Developers come further down the street, you plan on cutting off the top of Wilmington Road where we have access now to get in. So you plan on coming through the Hunter's Mark section? Is that what you're saying?
For sewer or access?
No, for the access to us to get to our property down there.
We're not cutting any roadway off or access for you to get to your property.
No, I mean, what I'm saying is, right now, Wilmington Road goes all the way out to Jones Sausage. The plan is supposedly that you're gonna close that area off, and we'll have to come through
That's
Hunter's
not
Mark.
us, that's a town. Jeff, you want to speak?
Section of Calabar, I guess she's
Yeah.
referring to.
Yes, so as part of another project, Wilmington Road is being realigned here to Calabar Street. So this part of Wilmington Road would eventually be abandoned, but not until the Calabar Street connection is made. So you will always you would always have a connection out to Jones Sausage Road. You wouldn't be cut off.
Okay, so where's this Hollabaugh Street you talking about?
That goes into the Hunter's Mark subdivision where their signs are currently.
Okay, okay. All right.
Traffic signal.
Yeah, where the traffic signal is.
Where the traffic light is,
Yeah.
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 Okay. All right. Well, you still didn't answer me. On the part right there where the R15 is, all the way up, are you gonna disturb any of that land as far as widening or needing access to our R15 property?
So they would be improving the right-of-way to put in curb and gutter here directly adjacent to the other properties. And so I don't think there would be anything directly in front of your property that would be done because it's already 2 lanes.
So it's gonna stay those 2 lanes?
Yeah.
You're not gonna widen?
But just
Okay.
past your property, you would see some improvements start to take place. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Appreciate your time.
Anybody else from the public? Okay, hearing none. Council, I'll give any of you a chance if you want to make a comment before I plan to close the public hearing and call for an action to refer this. Anybody else care to offer any thoughts?
Number of units was undetermined. Is that true? Is that because it's a tentative plan? Is that correct? Is it density versus number of units?
Councilor Dellinger, it is, the zoning conditions provide for 7.5 units per acre. So that's the current number.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, hearing none.
I will say again that while I-2 might be a little too intense use to back up there, again, is this the appropriate use to put there? To put townhomes back there, residential, in which is mainly going to be a commercial, I don't know, industrial is the right word, but it's more of a commercial area. And Mr. Coleman's correct. If what's zoned there currently, they can put all those uses. But it's been there this long. I don't think we'll see many of those uses that would pan out on that particular site. But anyway, it's a much more intense use on Hunter's Mark. And it's 7.5 acres, it was 75 units. I think it's 195 units in Hunter's Mark. So you're adding that much more to the traffic situation there on Calabar Street. I'll stop.
All right, I'm going to close the public hearing at this point. This matter will come back to the council, but at this point, the action is to refer this to the Planning Commission for their further review and assessment, and then we'll come back here. Be happy to entertain a motion to that effect. Okay, motion made properly. Second by Mr. Vance, okay. Any further questions, comments? Hearing none, if you favor the motion.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Mayor, just for the
All right.
record,
Go ahead.
just for the record and for the planning commission and for staff, I think this is a perfect example of revisiting our land use and looking at those small area plans so that we can really solidify a vision, sort of Mr. Singleton's point of what is this corridor what do we want this corridor to be? That's my only comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dellinger. Okay, the motion is still before us, so if you approve the motion, would you vote aye?
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no. Okay, the motion passes, and it will be referred to the Planning Commission. All right, thank you all for your time and diligence, and I appreciate it. We'll get up. Next item.
Mr. Mayor, we need a moment, if you don't mind, to make sure that folks that are here for the second case
Yes,
can get here from
thank
the
you, John,
overflow.
for
So if you'll give us
reminding-
just
yeah.
a moment.
Let me know when that has been done. Just be at ease, if you will, and we won't take a recess just yet.
Guess I'm old.
Okay, we welcome those of you who were waiting, I assume patiently, in the training room and are now here for item number 2 under public hearings. Conditional zoning map amendment by site plan. Mr. Bamford again will present here, and then we'll hear from others. I believe we have enough room for everybody to be seated. We should have. Is everyone here that wanted to come down from upstairs? Do we know? John's outside. He'll let us know. Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. Call for presentation by Mr. Bamford.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, this is a conditional use zoning request. There is a site plan that is attached to this conditional request. And this came in before the 160D change. So there is a site plan that is tracking behind this that would be a special use permit that would be heard at a separate hearing. Going forward, after 160D, you will probably see more of the Tier 2 cases where you have a master plan attached to the conditional zoning request. This site is located at the northwest corner of Grovemont Road and Timber Drive. It's approximately 17.8 acres in size. And to summarize the request, it's to rezone 3 different districts. Service Business Conditional District 114, R15, and R20. So the site has 3 different zonings, and the request is to rezone it to Multifamily Conditional District 253 for the development of a multifamily residential community. This request does offer architectural conditions that deal with architecture and proposed amenities. Because development is anticipated to have more than 100 dwelling units, this will be heard at a separate hearing for a special use permit. This is the rezoning and project site outlined in orange. Timber Drive runs along the eastern boundary of the site. The site also has frontage on Grovemont Road, and the site does have access by several street stubs into Greenbrier subdivision. To the northeast, we have Garner Town Square, which was developed in the late 90s into commercial retail uses. Directly to the east, we have Garner High School. To the south, along Grovemont Road, we have areas that are not annexed. They're outside of the corporate limits, so they're single-family homes served primarily on well and septic. And then Greenbrier is within the town limits, served with public water and sewer. These are some views from this past summer. The picture on the left is looking north on Timber Drive. This is the intersection of Grovemont Spring and Spring Drive with Timber Drive, and the rezoning site is located here. And the picture on the right is looking south towards the intersection of Grovemont and Timber with the rezoning site over to the right. This is a map of the existing zoning. So the site is split between 3 different zonings. A portion is zone I believe R15, single family. And the portion in red is zoned service business conditional use. That was rezoned in 2002 for the K&S cafeteria. That rezoning was approved, the site plan was approved, but the project did not move forward. Greenbrier is zoned R15. The properties outside the town limits on Well and Septic along Grovemont, south of that area is zoned R20, single family. Garner Town Square is zoned community retail, and also a portion is zoned service business to allow outdoor storage at Home Depot. The Garner High School is zoned R15, and then as you move east, you get into neighborhoods zone R12. So this is a list of zoning cases in this vicinity of Garner. Southside Shopper, closer down to Woodland Road, was rezoned in 1987. Garner Town Square was rezoned in 1996. The site was rezoned in 2002 for the K&S cafeteria. The old movie theater was rezoned in 2012 to allow a school use. And there was a recent rezoning case that was denied south of the Garner High School, and the request was to rezone that from O&I to multi. So just briefly going back over the existing zoning, 2.1 acres or zone R20, 6.1 acres is zone R15, and 9.6 acres is zone service business conditional. And the conditions for that case from 2002 does allow a small range of commercial uses, and those would include retail, sales, office, research services, educational, churches, fraternal lodges, institutional care facilities, hospitals, medical clinics, nursing care and mental health facilities, restaurants, and daycare centers. Now we move to the proposed zoning, which is multifamily 1 conditional use district 253. The applicant is proposing a list of permitted uses, which is less than what is generally allowed in the MF1 district. In addition, the applicant is proposing some architectural conditions as well as conditions for amenities. So under this request, permissible uses will be limited and restricted to 2-family dwellings, townhomes, condominiums, and multifamily uses. In addition to the uses, the applicant is proposing some additional conditions. Briefly, the maximum density shall not exceed 8 units per acre. Vinyl siding shall be prohibited on all buildings. No exposed slab foundation. All garage doors shall have carriage door hardware and windows. All townhomes shall have a minimum 8-inch roof overhang excluding gutters. A minimum 45 square foot outdoor deck or patio is required in all dwelling units. Number 8, windows on all facades will have a 2/1 pane pattern. 9, shutters or window trim shall be provided on all front facade windows and all side facade windows with right-of-way frontage. 10, the clubhouse in the amenity area shall contain a minimum of 2,000 heated square feet. 11, the surface area of the pole in the amenity shall be a minimum of 1,000 square feet. The 12, the applicant is offering to install a 6-foot privacy wood fence along several properties in the Greenbrier neighborhood. Number 14, a perimeter buffer with a minimum width of 35 feet shall be provided adjacent to a certain property. Within each building, there shall be no more than 2 units without a 2-foot horizontal offset of the footprint of the front facade. 16, the front elevation of each unit shall have 2 types of siding, lap and shake or board and batten. 17, The front facade of the first floor of each unit shall be at least 20% masonry or brick. Each unit shall have front-facing roof articulation. 19, the minimum front setback for all units shall be 25 feet. There were 2 neighborhood meetings held for this case. Staff identified about 60 different property owners within the 300-foot notification buffer. The first meeting was on July the 9th of 2021 with approximately 27 in attendance. This was at the Garner United Methodist Church. The second neighborhood meeting was held on December the 14th on 2021, also at Garner United Methodist Church with about 19 in attendance. And we also noted that there were many outside of the notification buffer area. Next, we will go over the details of the site plan.
Good evening.
Evening, Ms. Jones.
It's different. I'll be discussing the details of the site plan for this project. The proposed area is 17.80 acres. The setbacks are 35 feet for the front, side setback is 15, and rear is 25 or 35 if the units are adjacent to Timber Drive, and the corner setback is 25 feet. Here's an overall view of the project site. The traffic and access. Timber Drive will have a sidewalk added to it. Otherwise, it's built out for the full cross-section. No changes to existing Timber Drive median. One access from Grovemont Road near the western edge, including dedicated eastbound left turn lane onto Grovemont. One access from Timber Drive south near the northern edge. Internal connections to the existing Greenbrier subdivision via extensions of Sydney Drive and Homeland Drive. Further consideration of the road treatments at connections. Emergency response times can be cut down as much as half, and staff report has further discussed the analysis of these connections off of Sydney Drive. Connections too. Landscape and buffer requirements. The tree coverage, the sliding scale from 10 to 12%, the rule at the time of submittal to be met. The coverage currently meets for the entire project area with combination of preservation area and street trees. Subsequent and individual lots will be checked for compliance at site plan. The perimeter buffers, a 25-foot minimum adjacent to existing family home uses. And a street buffer along Timber Drive, minimum is 25 feet preserved with, supplemented with street trees as needed for new vegetation as may be required to achieve screening up to 4 feet in height, and Grovemont Road is 20 feet in width. Street trees must be provided approximately every 40 feet along all roadways. Parks open space, required to have 10%, and they're providing, 10% equals 1.78 acres. Open space areas will be owned and maintained by Greenbrier Park. Required open space will be met with qualifying wetland conservation areas, qualifying tree conservation areas, and active recreation amenity. Lighting and parking. These items will be evaluated at the special use permit time. Lighting to meet the UDO requirements and staff policies for LED fixtures, and parking to meet UDO quantity and design requirements. Stormwater. Greenbrier Park is a multi-family development site that's located within the watershed protection area. This site is subject to water quality requirements for nitrogen and 85% TSS removal, as well as water quantity requirements for the 1, 10, and 25 year and 100 storm year events. This development proposes a wet retention pond and an underground sandfield filter treatment impervious surface for development. These devices will satisfy all water quality and water quantity requirements at this site for nitrogen 85% TSS removal, and will detain the 1, 10, 25, and 100 year storm events. A nitrogen offset payment will be required as a part of this development. environment floodplain. Minor wetlands have been indicated along the draw of the blue line depicted on the site in the graphic below. Much of the area will not be directly impacted. Proof of required state and/or federal approvals for direct impacts are required prior to the release of construction documents. There are floodplains or blue line streams subject to Neuse River buffering rules. Water and sewer infrastructure. This site will be served by adjacent City of Raleigh water and sewer infrastructure. Water lines are required to be extended along Timber Drive and Grovemont Road. The City of Raleigh has not identified any upstream properties requiring sewer service extension. However, should that change, upon further analysis prior to special use permit hearing, those upstream extensions will be required.
Again, the plan consistency and reasonableness slides, just like before. But again, I did want to take some time to go over this this beyond the regulation slide that we've put together for you tonight. Some of the same things with the previous case. You do have, again, the balance of non-residential to residential. This would actually take away, again, some non-residential part of it. Again, consideration of residential or non-residential being more appropriate next to Greenbrier. Again, you have the potential for more housing units in closer proximity to employment, albeit it is retail type employment that's in the area. Do the voluntary conditions promote character and value? I will say that in going over the architectural conditions, I think almost everything that we've asked for has been offered in that case. In terms of equity of connectivity, this is something that I anticipate we've been talking about some with these last few cases, and I may have a proposal for you all tonight related to this. But there is the equity of connectivity issues. The plan does call for us to prioritize and defend it, but then you do come into some equity, not just from case to case, but also when you're looking at current versus future residents. The TRC we have identified, and when I say we, I know you are used to hearing just from Planning Department primarily during these hearings, but this is one that touches every department. So police, fire, you heard the fire chief earlier today about response times and distance. They have some very strong feelings about some of these connections for this particular case. Public Works, again, with garbage pickup, efficiency of service delivery, those kinds of issues. Of course, engineering just from stormwater and street perspectives as well. There's a lot of good stuff in the ordinance, and the ordinance talks a lot about what the big objectives should be, but it's not really ironed down as to when exactly you do it and when exactly you don't. And it doesn't give the best guidance, let's put it that way. So TRC would very much like to pursue a policy that we can discuss with you all either at a work session or a subcommittee meeting that would focus on more objective standards and kind of start with the assumption of it is a stub, it was intended to connect from the get-go. We should be starting from there and then putting forth reasons as to why maybe it shouldn't, and starting from there. And so really focusing on the when, what, and how do we do it. Another thing that we've been talking about too is just, for this particular case, the value of wider perimeter buffers and the resulting commitment of tree canopy to long-term conservation. I personally had conversations with a couple of property owners in Greenbrier, worked with the development team to increase the buffers and in some cases turn some buildings so that they were not as close to the existing single family as originally envisioned. So I think we've made some good progress there. And then again, I think we have to weigh the value of the additional outreach. In addition to the 2 meetings in this case, the developer has also met with the local HOA board just beyond those 2 meetings. So that objectively would have to say that they've done a good amount of outreach with the local community. So that's all we wanted to really say about things that we've been considering with this case. Again, same recommendation as before. Go ahead and hear from the applicant. They again do have a short presentation, get questions from the general public. I know Ms. Jennifer is here from the Greenbrier HOA along with some of her neighbors and fellow board members. They would love a chance to speak as well, but at the end of the day, we do recommend that you send this over to the Planning Commission for their comment and review.
Thank you very much, Mr. Triesenberg, and council obviously will be hearing from others, but any questions for Mr. Triesenberg before he leaves? Anybody? Mr. Dellinger, please.
Just one quick question related to the stormwater and the capacity. It's kind of a bowl back there. I walked it the other day. It drops off 25 feet off of the shoulder of Timber Drive. And it seems like that property is already taking a lot of water from off-site, and I know it's required to maintain and control on-site. Is all that taken into account very specifically for this property with those wetlands there?
I'll invite their engineer to come up and give some insights into that question about the capacity of the stormwater that you all had proposed. I do know that engineering did ask specifically for them to account for the 100-year storm because we do know that the Greenbrier area has issues. So we do elevate it to requiring them to detain the 100-year event. But
Okay, let's see if anybody else has any questions for Mr. Triesenberg. Then we will hear from the applicant. Okay, anybody? None? Okay, thank you, Jeff. All right, we will hear from the applicant at this time.
Good evening, Mayor Marshburn and members of the council. I'm Collier Marsh with Parker, Bowe, Adams, and Bernstein at 301 Fayetteville Street on behalf of the applicant. We do have several other members of our team here available for questions. We can start with stormwater. We have points to talk about that as well. So we have John Callahan, our engineer on the project, that can answer questions about the engineering, about stormwater. We also have George Deloche, who is one of the representatives of the applicant here. We have Nate Boquin with Ramey Kemp, a traffic engineer, to answer traffic questions, and then Mark Frederick with my office as well, here assisting with this project. So we've got a full team on board, and we also have a presentation, if we could pull that up. This project, it was filed just about a year ago now, and it's been a long work in progress. And what we present to you tonight is representative of some strong community engagement, lots of discussions with neighbors, but also strong guidance and leadership with the planning department and city and town staff. And so we're excited to present this to you tonight. We have the presentation. Flash drive. Well, we don't have it on a flash drive. We can send it in, but I'll just dive into it and start talking about the project in the interest of time. The project, as we can see here, this is the site. We're at the intersection of Gromont and Timber. I did have a map that shows some portions for context, but I'm sure the council is familiar with the surrounding area. We are just south of the intersection of Timber Drive and US 70. We're across the street from Garner Magnet High School. We've got the Garner Town Square Shopping Center to the northeast. So there's a good mix of uses in the area already. Dense commercial uses to the northeast. As you move west of the site, we've got single family residential and some multifamily in the area. So a wide range of mixes in the area. What's interesting about this site is the existing zoning as well as how that interacts with the future land use map. Had a slide that we could show you, and we'll show it to you at a later time, that showed the current zoning in comparison to the future land use map. But if you look at that, the site's interestingly zoned because it's got a bunch of districts that apply, but it's got that service business district that was added to the area. We got about 18 acres to this property. More than half of it is service business. A wide range of uses that would be permitted under the current zoning. We heard a similar situation with the presentation earlier. Uses that aren't compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and that are inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. So, between medical office, some intense commercial uses with outdoor storage, things like that wouldn't fit well with the adjacent Greenbrier neighborhood, our adjacent single-family neighbors. And that's accounted for in the town's future land use map. So the future land use map designates this site as high-density residential. And a number of things that are called for in that high-density residential district. A minimum of 5 units per acre. So it sets a floor that you want to have nothing less than that. But also a wide range of uses. So a combination, it calls for single family, but also duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, townhomes. But the key defining characteristic of that future land use map designation is that although it calls for high density residential, you always have to be sensitive to the surrounding area. And so that's what we've strived to do with this project, is come up with something that fulfills that future land use map designation, meets that high density residential designation. If we could go to the third slide, please. There. So we can see the existing zoning. You see that bright red on the left-hand side. That's the commercial, the service business area that's currently permitted by right today. In comparison to the future land use map on the right, calls for high density residential, calls for a change. It says that what we have right now that's permitted by right is inconsistent with the neighborhood. So we're proposing something that meets what the future land use map calls for the site. Again, providing a mix of residential uses, an appropriate density of residential uses, but most importantly, context sensitive residential uses. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So the actual rezoning request, and as staff pointed out, we're at an interesting time with when this was submitted and how North Carolina statutes evolved. But this started out with the old process where you'd have a rezoning, a site plan considered together. And so that's how this started, but we've diverged, and so we're talking about the rezoning tonight specifically. And I do want to keep in mind we will have a subsequent hearing for the actual site plan that accompanies this. So there'll be a second bite at the apple of sorts where you get all the final details that we've worked on, but can't quite get into all the weeds with the rezoning portion. But the proposal is to rezone to MF1. But the actual concept that we're talking about is a 118-unit development, a townhome-styled apartment development. When we started this process, we were looking at what the more traditional multi-story apartment complexes, looking at the high-density residential development, future land use map designation, and trying to see how that would work here. But in speaking with the HOA and speaking with planning staff, we were directed to go this route, that going with a townhome-style apartment complex is much more compatible, and with the additional insurances we have in this rezoning, we ensure that compatibility. So 21 total conditions in this rezoning. They're extensive, but we've worked on it and we're able to make those commitments now, starting with a max of 8 units per acre. Now the concept plan as part of this rezoning with 118 units at approximately 18 acres, we're actually really at about 6.6, but the condition as written, we're at 8 units per acre. Prohibition of less desirable uses, so a handful of non-residential uses allowed in the MF1 district, and also different residential types that we're not proposing here. Again, what we're trying to do is narrow in on this townhome-style apartment development. We've got additional buffering and fence requirements. So in discussions with planning staff and neighbors, specific areas were brought up as concerns, and so we added fences. We added additional buffers in certain areas, and what doesn't show up in the conditions, but what shows up in the concept plan is we reoriented different building units. We moved things around to add to that buffer and add open spaces in critical parts. Extensive architectural commitments. So we've got 14 of them in the conditions. We won't go through each and every one, but we work with planning staff. We listened to what they thought was important. We put them in this proposal. 100-year stormwater controls. So Councilman Dellinger, we did a condition to have enhanced stormwater controls, and our engineer can explain exactly how that would work. One that's not shown on here, there's a historical home on the site that came up late in the process, so we dropped a few units in order to preserve that historical home. The unique thing is that it backs up to some of our neighbors and provides additional buffer, provides more separation between our development and our neighboring property owners. If we could go to the next slide, please. So again, here's the concept plan. It's in council's materials, but it shows the overall development scheme that we're looking at here. Again, a townhome-style apartment complex. You have townhome clusters. There's 6 different townhome types that we're looking at to provide different options throughout the community, generally in clusters of about 5 units, in some cases less. We've got a neighborhood amenity, a pool, a clubhouse centrally located to bring people together. Of course, sidewalks on both sides of every street. And then, as I said, we've oriented buildings to create some separation between our site and the neighboring property owners. You see the 118 units here, which equates to, again, about 6.6 units per acre. If we could go to the next slide, please. All right, so as I said, neighborhood input has been a big factor in how we've adjusted this rezoning from the start. Started with something that we envisioned to be much larger and worked our way to something that fits better with this neighborhood, and then fine-tuned some of those details. We had the one required neighborhood meeting back in July, met with the folks again in December, and had another neighborhood meeting. Members of our team have met with the HOA. We've worked with planning staff. And this slide shows some of those key commitments that have addressed neighborhood concerns. What you see there, the dark green shows buffers, so those are the required buffers with our rezoning. And a lot of areas are 25 feet. In some cases, they've been widened to 35 feet. But I think what's also important to see is that light green space, open space, and how we've clustered that and tried to concentrate it close to our neighbors. And so we've pushed development to give those folks a little bit of breathing room from our site. Added fences along a lot of those property lines. The areas where there aren't fences, it's usually because of easements and other things that make it so that we just can't put them there. So where feasible, we've put fences. You see the wet pond, the 100-year stormwater controls there. And then that yellow lot there, that's the historic house that we are preserving, and again, creates additional separation. If we go to the next slide, please. So transportation and access, and Jeff commented on how this will be a topic to discuss with this rezoning. A lot of questions and a lot of discussions with neighbors focused on making connections to the Greenbrier neighborhood. How is that going to impact our community? And staff had similar questions and similar comments on what's the right connections that should be made here. So there are 3 stubs that connect to our site. And through the guidance of staff and through discussions with neighbors, we're connecting to 2 of those stubs. And so the stubs provide meaningful connectivity. They provide the street grid that the town's looking for to ensure that you don't place burden of traffic in other locations and you have better flow throughout the town. But the importance is how we've chosen which ones to connect to. So you have Cindy Drive on the western side and then Homeland Drive on the northern side. That's where the connections would be to the existing neighborhood. Those stubs were there for a reason. We're going to connect to them to provide the appropriate relief from that neighborhood. But then there's Greenbrier Road, which runs northwest. And that's the most direct route through the neighborhood next to us. We're not making that connection. Instead, the recommendation with staff was make the other 2 so you can accomplish the goals of connectivity, but you don't create a direct cut through that burdens the other neighborhood and frankly, raises a lot of concerns for them. So that's why that decision was made. We do have our transportation engineer today, and a TIA wasn't required with this rezoning because the density just doesn't get up there to trigger it. But he's looked at the site, he's done an initial analysis, and the conclusion that we've reached is that by making these connections, the net effect is actually a benefit to the neighbors in the Greenbrier neighborhood. There will be more vehicles that exit through our property than going the other way, because you have quick access to Grovemont and to Timber. And so it actually provides a relief mechanism or relief valve for our neighbors. And we appreciate the concerns about cut-through traffic. You can't stop it, but this plan is thoughtful and ensuring that it actually has a net benefit for the surrounding community. One last thing just to point out, we are making street improvements on Timber Drive and Grovemont consistent with the town's plans. Finally, making these connections is consistent with the transportation plan and makes a connection from Cindy Drive to Grovemont that plan calls for. Next slide, please. So just kind of to wrap it up, we focus on trying to have a project that's compatible with the neighborhood, consistent with the comprehensive plan. So we believe we're consistent with the Garner forward plan. We're consistent with the future land use maps designation of high density residential. And we've listed several comprehensive plan policies we're consistent with on this slide. Things about having design elements that fit with the surrounding community, that ensure high quality multifamily residential uses, ensure appropriate infill development, ensure a mix of residential uses. ensure enhancing the transportation network in the surrounding area. And then the last thing not on this slide, we're also fulfilling that connection from the transportation plan. So a number of folks from our team available here for any questions. Happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me see if council has questions for you. Mr. Matthews, anything?
Yes, this one right here, the stub that's being closed, can staff point out exactly where that is? I just want to make sure I understand it here. I think I do, but I'll make sure. Right there? Okay.
And if I may, if you look at a map, that road is the straightest connection straight through the neighborhood. And so the concern would be it would be a very quick route, but by connecting to Cindy and Homeland, more circuitous route, so it provides connectivity without providing an easy cut through.
Okay. I'll go to Mr. Vance over here.
During the staff briefing, I heard there was concerns from EMS. What were those concerns relative to this plan? Emergency management services.
So Don Johnson, who is a member of the fire department, and Captain McKeever in police, when we were talking about this, they both felt very strongly. They've done studies in terms of response to get into this part of Greenbrier. To have this connection would cut those response times down by 2 minutes, or roughly, in some cases, in half. And same for whatever develops on this site. If they happen to be in one area or the other, it's at least a 2-minute drive, given the turns, having to wait at the lights, etc., to just get from point A to point B. What should be a 15-second move then becomes 2 minutes. So these are the kinds of things that when we talk about the need for a policy, those are the kind of things that we want to focus on. Some clear objective measures that we can apply town-wide. It gives everybody some assurance of what you're having to do going in, and everybody knows what to expect. But yeah, it was a 2-minute from here to here without a connection, and then also potentially from the main station, it's could cut response times in half.
Okay, so bottom line is that it shortens the response time.
Significantly, not just.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Good. Yeah, Ms. Singleton.
I understand we're using the shortened response time argument because in the Turnout Road project with the apartments, I made the same argument that you had to go way around to come back in because there was no direct cut through and no guarantee that the road was going to connect. But everything else fine then. But there was no question that a straight connection from North-South Station or anywhere else would be would be time saving. And I know fire and police said that was okay, but it's the exact same argument where you're saying here we need it, but there we didn't. It's the exact same thing. And if this was such a priority, why didn't we put it on there and the town build the road there to save the 2 minutes? I mean, we're splitting hairs here. But I mean, I understand the connectivity issue of it. But I made the same argument on another project and you said that one's okay and this one's not.
So in that case,
exact same argument.
Right. So if I may, couple of differences. There was nothing to connect to that was available in the other instance, not in terms of a public right-of-way, and then between both the distance and the time to traverse that distance it was less. Now how much less I don't know. I'm guessing about half, but a couple small differences just to.
True, but it was on an island. That's why I said we shouldn't have approved it anyway. But anyway, numerous concerns with this project. Just I don't know what the long-range plan says. My vision of Timber Drive was not to have horizontal apartments backing up to it in this stretch, in this area. We're going from a density of Greenbrier Greenbrier's R15 and R20, so you're going to 2 to 3 units an acre to 8 units an acre. Much, much more intense. Buffers are there. Yes, they're there, and that's good, but that's required by the UDO for any project. Also, in regards to the previous project, it was approved 20 years ago this coming May, the famous cafeteria project was approved unanimously by the council, and we got a lot of conditions added to that project that were compatible with Greenbrier. One of them was not connectivity, because that's something the developer wanted, and we got eliminated from that project. So, you know, you can knock the project that was, you know, the way it was zoned previously was service business, but the service business was for a specific use, which was a cafeteria, which everybody wanted at the time. So, you know, and I was on the council when that happened. So we're going around, what comes around goes around. Anyway, it's very disappointing what's proposed here. This is a corner that can be so much more than just horizontal apartments. It can be mixed use, something on the bottom, office, maybe apartments on top, something just different. This is extremely disappointing with a major intersection on a 4-lane road, the only one we have in Garner. It's not a highway, and that close to US 70 and 240 and to 440 for potential other uses other than high density. As you say, it says in the plan, I don't look at the plan like that. I think the plan is greatly flawed. I don't think we should have high density on these primary intersections on Timber Drive. So I've had my say. I'm extremely disappointed with what's being proposed.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Singleton. Let me see. Phil, have I given you a chance?
I'm taking it all in.
I'll go to Ms. Behringer.
A question, I may have missed this. Was a traffic impact analysis done, or is it not time for that yet?
So we came below the thresholds. It's not enough units to trigger it, not enough trips, but we did do initial trip, recognizing that traffic was a concern of the neighborhood. We did initial trip analysis, and we do have an engineer that can talk about what it looked at and the impacts of the project, but it's not the full-blown TIA that goes through review.
Strange when you put that many units in at that location, and that it wasn't required, but I'll pass for now.
Okay, Mr. Dellinger, any question for Mr. Marsh?
One question and a comment, and then I think we need to recess because I have a lot more questions, and I actually want to hear from the Greenbrier folks too. The first question, and come back to it, is what is the current status of the access point on Grovemont with DOT? I saw it was brought up in the neighborhood meeting twice, and it didn't sound like that was a thumbs up. And also have a question about whatever that other access point, the status of that is on Timber. And I'm going to come back to it after the recess, but I do have questions about the connectivity. We're connecting these high-density developments to these older neighborhoods. And when these older neighborhoods were stubbed out, they were stubbed out with the anticipation of another single-family neighborhood, not high-density development. So I think to Jeff's point about equity in connectivity, we need to talk about that, because what ultimately you're trading off a faster response time for an emergency for creating dangerous conditions in our older neighborhoods. I lived on Sycamore for 20 years, and the more traffic that came on the outside roads, the faster the cut-through traffic got. And so you may be saving a response time for a hypothetical emergency, but I drove through there, and I don't think there's a single traffic calming device between this development and Jessup. And if I'm in this, I'm going up here to get to 70 because I don't have to turn left onto Grovemont, left onto Timber, then turn left onto Timber and stop at Jessup, because every time you turn there, you've got to stop. And I think back to Cloverdale, where Raleigh, there was a developer that wanted to put apartments, high density, and connect to Cloverdale, which is an older neighborhood. And we kind of put our foot down and said, no, we're not going to let Raleigh do that. Well, I don't know why we would do it to ourselves. The other point about connectivity and emergency services, there are other accommodations that can be made with gates, gated access, where there wouldn't be regular residential traffic, but there could be police emergency access if this development went through. If this development doesn't work, then they're still going to have to go all the way around. I think the connectivity issue is one we really need to address, because it's impacted almost many projects that have come before us very recently. And we don't have a hard and fast answer for it. And I think we need to answer those questions before we keep pushing things through the Planning Commission, then come back to us. And if we have changed our policy, well, then your developers out of luck, because I think we're pushing, we need to come with a solution that's good for local neighboring neighborhoods, but also the developers. I think sometimes we're burdening developers with connectivity. when it's not appropriate and they're getting burned. So those are my comments right now. Feedback for Grovemont and this other entrance, and then I think a recess is in order time-wise.
Okay.
Those two access points, Grovemont and Timber with DOT.
So we've had discussions with DOT, and our traffic engineer was following up with him in the last week or so. So on Grovemont, what we're understanding is it would be full access, and we would be providing a left turn lane to get in on into the neighborhood. So we'd be adding a left turn lane. On Timber, there's a median there. And so at this point, I think the expectation would be a right in, right out off of Timber, that we wouldn't be allowed to make that cut through the median in order to have full access.
That been approved by DOT?
The approval process would come with the submission of the plans, but that's been what's been discussed as what they'd expect for the site. That's the best intel we're able to get from DOT at this juncture.
Yeah, I saw a comment in the public hearing as well about how previously DOT did not permit that access point. So that gives me a little concern too.
I believe it was the leftover. If you're coming northbound on Timber, there was a previous request to make a cut in the median, and that was what was denied. But I think the right in, right out, that's where it would continue to just be a right in, right out. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. March, for your...
Mayor, can I ask just to follow up what Mr. Dellinger asked on Grovemont, Jeff?
Okay,
It's a left turn lane into off Grovemont into the connector road at Cindy. And then there's just like a median or turn lane. Is there a dedicated right turn lane into there, or is it just off of Grovemont into that road? What's shown on this plan? I can't tell.
Are you talking here?
No, sir, down here at the proposed road here, right? Yes, sir, right there. Is there a dedicated right turn, or is just
I know there's a dedicated
left, but not a dedicated
I don't think a
right.
dedicated right, because it would just
Okay.
go.
And then at Grovemont, the first part here, are there any improvements made along Grovemont there? Any widening? It looks, I'm assuming that's what the diagonal lines are. Some widening?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Does anybody else has anything for Mr. Marsh? Mr. Dellinger rightly points out that ordinarily we try to take a break around 9 o'clock. We've gone beyond that, but we're right in the middle of a hearing. And I know we're still going to hear from Greenbrier, their HOA, and others. And maybe we may not be through with the applicant, I'm not sure. But if we're finished with Mr. Marsh, at this time, council, I'll hear your preferences. I'd be inclined, I guess, to call about a 10-minute recess. But if you want to move on, I can do that as well.
Just you take the recess, Mr. Mayor, because we may be here another 30 minutes or more.
Okay, all right. All right. If you'll indulge us, I'm going to declare a 10-minute recess. We can all catch our breath and come back, and we will continue. you'll try to speak as directly as possible into the mic, and maybe remove your mask. I know some members of the audience say it's difficult to hear what you're saying, and we want what you're saying to be heard. So if you'll be conscious of trying to make sure that you comply with that, that'll help. I think we can hear pretty well up here, but I hear out in the audience sometimes it's difficult to hear what you're saying. So if you'll cooperate with that, that'll be very helpful. Okay, with that said, I'm going to okay, I have to wait. Okay. Instructions. Okay, thank you. That's the signal. We'll gavel the session back into the hearing back into session, and we were hearing from Mr. Marsh, I believe, when we left. Maybe we had finished with any questions from him. That was my understanding, Council. Am I right on that? Anybody have any other questions for him? So hearing none, Mr. Marsh, do you know who is following you from the applicant, or is there anyone else?
No one else from the applicant at this point, but we're available for questions.
Okay, thank you. I've promised to hear from others. I know there are a number of folks here from Greenbrier, and I understand you have your HOA person. I'll recognize her at this time, and I will say to those of you who are here, if you wish to speak, customarily when several people are here for the same item, we do ask you, if you can, to nominate or appoint someone to speak for you rather than people repeating the same thing. And maybe you're that person, I'm not sure, but if you will identify yourself and speak directly into the mic, if you will.
Will do. Jennifer McLaughlin, 4415 Parkwood Drive, Greenbrier Estates HOA president. I'm here tonight with our fellow neighbors. If you guys want to stand or raise your hand, those who are here from Greenbrier. Thank you. So thank you for giving us a chance to speak here this evening. I think we've talked a lot about this area this evening. We talked a little bit. Greenbrier is a unique neighborhood in Garner, between two major highways. We talked about things that butt up to Greenbrier today. We heard from the in-town suites and the impacts that directly backs up to our neighborhood and has had multiple impacts over the years. In the last 2 years, we've had a heavy industrial use be put up on 401 for Duke Lazara that has negatively impacted those on the western side of our neighborhood. And we're here tonight just to voice our concerns over some of the newer development here on Grovemont and Timber. We greatly appreciate the communication and the partnership with the developers at Greenbrier Park. We're appreciative of the meetings and the discussions they've had with us. We do have some concerns, though, however, with the connectivity, as many of you have mentioned, with the neighborhood. We have over 350 homes in our neighborhood already. As we stated, there are no traffic calming on this side of the neighborhood. We already have immense problems with people cutting through from Timber to 70 to get from Target to Walmart. If you can't find things at one grocery store this time, you have to go to the other. And people do cut through frequently, not only to us, but also to those residents on Grovemont. That's a small 2-lane road where it's currently, I believe, 35 miles an hour. Most people travel that road between 55 and 60 miles per hour on a regular basis. Currently, to get on from Timber Drive to Grovemont is a yellow flashing light. So if you're there during main traffic times, right, in the morning or in the evening, if you want to turn left from Timber Drive onto Grovemont, or from Grovemont onto Timber to go north, you might have to sit at that yellow flashing light for several rounds before you have the opportunity to turn left. So while it's 120 units, there's probably over 200 cars that will be associated with that neighborhood. In order for them to go north, right, towards downtown or towards the highway, they're not going to sit through a flashing yellow light several times. They're going to take the cut-throughs through our neighborhood to get to a left turn lane to go north onto 70 or to get onto Hammond. And that's extremely concerning for us and also for Grovemont. As soon as they're done with the construction on 401 and the improvements that they're making, it will become even more increasingly difficult for people even within our neighborhood to get out and go north on 401. So it will cause even more cars to go through Grovemont, which we think will increase traffic even more. We know that there's proposals for development on Spring Drive, which will also have impacts on that Grovemont Timber intersection that will bring more traffic, potentially through our neighborhood as well. And so we have some concerns. These units are higher end units. They're gonna, I think was $2,000 a month in rental fees. Most of those people will be needing to get on highways to connect them to jobs and things like that in order to be affording $2,000 a month. And so we are concerned. Some of the traffic study information that we received today was from 2019. And so largely things have changed a lot since 2019. Maybe some of that traffic is different today than it was. And so we're here today just to really talk through whether that connectivity is necessary. To Mr. Dellinger's point, like, if it is so important to get these emergency vehicles in there, are there other ways that we can look at doing that? We certainly are amenable to, residential uses for this land. I think that is more amenable to us in Greenbrier than commercial, right? I think, we're favorable to that. We appreciate hearing. We also, though, are concerned about the water runoff. So we appreciate that there's a 100-year retention pond. However, if you do walk that property, what you'll notice is where that retention pond is, just on the other side of that, it's sort of starting to go uphill there. And so our worry is that it's maybe not going to be as effective as we're hoping. We have immense runoff problems along the backside of Winterlochen there. People's properties are eroding at alarming rates. We have trenches in the back of Winterlochen that are becoming larger and larger every year. And so as we add more impervious space, that is bound to increase. And so these are some of our concerns with the high density of this development in this area. I'm trying to think if I missed anything. I think those were my major points. Any questions?
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation. And since I think your view probably represents most of the folks, are you, Greenbrier, satisfied? Okay, if you'll come to the podium, please. Try to keep your remarks basically in the time frame we have for. Thank you.
Will do. Hi, my name is Mark Sidwell. I live at 5014 Winterlochen. So it's basically where the P is on the pool up there on your map. The one thing that you don't realize is that when you are at Cindy and Camilla, that is at the top of a hill. And you drop down and the water all flows down and along those homes that are along Cindy and behind them and ends up coming out at my house into Echo Creek. And the one thing that was mentioned earlier is the erosion issue. When I moved in or had the house built in 2017, I had a pit where those two bodies of water met, where that storm runoff was and where Echo Creek ran consistently. And the pit was maybe 10 feet. I now have a trench that's probably 30 feet long and at least 15 feet deep. And it's all from runoff that is basically from that wooded area that this facility is going to be in, running down Cindy, across Camilla, and then back behind those houses. My concern, one of them, is the pond is in the wrong spot, in my view. It's up the hill. If you're going to have a retention pond, you want to put it where the water is going to run. All the water is running basically down towards Cindy from here, and behind that's where the creek is. There's another runoff at the top of the hill or on the other side of the hill, which would then also come into Echo Creek and cause additional runoff. So we're getting hit from two different ways on this particular area. So erosion, major concern for me. The other thing is connectivity. When I bought this property, in 2016. I bought it because I had to drive way back in the neighborhood to get to it. And I had woods and I had quiet and I didn't have, you know, massive amount of people living that close, right? Since I've moved in, they've put a major facility down on Maxwell. They're putting in 40 homes down there. And now we're looking at, you know, another just under 200 homes here, right? 150, whatever. That connectivity is going to draw people right through the neighborhood. I saw an old man the other day, one of my neighbors, almost become a casualty because somebody was cutting through on Winterlocking to go out Maxwell from Jessup. And it happens every day. So I'm just concerned that this is not going to improve that situation. The connectivity does nothing really for us in Greenbrier. The people that have lived there for over 50 years with the same response time from medical, you know, services with no problems. If we had problems, we would have addressed them long before now with connectivity.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sidwell. We appreciate that. Okay, council, is there anyone here? Okay, we will ask you, if you will, to be as brief as possible.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Give us your name and address, please.
My name is Joe McCormick. I live at 4912 Cindy. I'm the last house right next to the pool.
Okay.
Piggybacking on what my neighbor just said here, I wanted to call out that within a 1 mile radius of my house, the houses on Maxwell, this development, the additional apartments over at Small Pines, and the apartments down on Yeargin and 70, that's an additional 500 units in that 1 mile radius from our house. And also you got to consider that down on Old Stage Road, they're putting the 540 extension. So that will increase traffic down Grovemont in order to get to Old Stage and hit that 540 extension out to the Triangle. Just wanted to point that out because I don't feel like that's been brought up, and that's an important consideration with this sort of density in this area. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to recognize maybe a couple more people. I'm trying to get as many people as possible. I thought your HOA person did a good job of speaking for you. If you'll promise to keep your comments short. This lady right here, I think, wanted to speak. So if you'll come forward, please.
Hey, I'm Lisa Pierce, and I'm at 704 Nell Lane Drive. I have a house on 400 Grovemont Road. I'm a longtime resident here in Garner, and I've seen a huge amount of development, and the ones that they were just talking about is just the tip of the iceberg of what's come about, affecting the quality of our life. On Grovemont, you talk about a cut through in Greenbrier. Grovemont's already cut through. We get all the traffic from 401, Old Stage Road, all the communities, neighborhoods out that way trying to get to Garner. They cut through, they go very fast. It's like a racetrack because it's a straight, nice little short road. Already have a ton of that already. It is a school area. We have school buses there. We also have schools at both ends of our road that I don't think anybody's really brought that up. We also have a church parking lot, and you know, it's a lot of congestion in that area already. The lights are already backing up at both ends at Old Stage and at Timber. And you can say that the better fire and rescue, like they were saying, that's really not an issue. I think that's just supposed to be something positive about this development, which it's not. I mean, I used to work rescue. If we wanted to make it better time there, we'd have done that a long time ago. We didn't. So that is like a smoking screen to me. Anyhow, those are my concerns.
Thank you very much. And I would remind everybody here, I think you know that, obviously no final decision be made tonight. This matter needs to be referred to the Planning Commission. It'll come back to the council later on. So if you weren't aware of that, be aware of that. Okay, we'll try to go one more.
My name is Jenny Locklear. I live at 4901 Winterlocking Road. I did some research on this property to see if we could find active covenants for this area, and I was able to locate some covenants that were created as the master covenants for Greenbrier Estates that were written just 5 months after this particular tract was purchased. by Page Jessup Incorporation. They were the owners previous to the owners now, and it is designated as single-family detached homes on specific size lots, 1 home per lot. I would like to have that taken into consideration with the rezoning, considering that was the original intent of this subdivision.
Okay, thank you very much for your comment. Okay, Council, do you care to hear any further? I think you've already said you're good with the applicants at this point. Do you need to hear from anybody else? Okay, and Mr. Triesenberg, you're okay, right? All right. Well, I'm going to close the public hearing then at this point, and Council, ask you to consider a motion to refer this matter to the Planning Commission for plan consistency, review, and recommendation, and it'll come back to this council. I'm not sure the date, but it will not be in the very, do you know, Mr. Manager, when we'll probably bring this back?
No, we will confer with staff. They can probably give us a better idea of what the cycle is for.
Mr. Mayor, before we talk to Planning Commission, I'd actually advise that, make a motion that we keep this hearing open and not send this to Planning Commission right now because of the outstanding connectivity issues. I think Mr. Triesenberg has made a very strong case for our need to evaluate these connectivity issues on a more holistic level and come up with a plan that can help them, help developers, and help these neighborhoods. And I would hate for this to go to Planning Commission. They evaluate it on a certain set of criteria, and then we come back with a different policy, and they're in a very tight situation where we've decided we want something very different than they're able to provide, and would have to revise their project anyway. I'd hate to see that happen. But I think, again, this connectivity issue is something that's coming up over and over again, and we really need to address it sooner rather than later, and I think it'd be beneficial for everyone that we do that. That's my motion would be to, I guess, I'll confer with the attorney, a motion to continue the hearing to a future date.
And
or do I have to give a future date?
Well, that's what I was thinking. We might need to specify a future date, but I'll defer to the attorney on that.
Ordinarily, if you continue it to a specific date, you don't have to do additional public notice. But I guess it seems like what you're asking for, a revised policy, is going to take an indeterminate amount of time at this point. So I'm not sure a specific date would be the best approach.
A motion to continue this would be adequate?
I'm kind of struggling with, I don't know the extent of how long of a continuance this would be.
In my mind, it would be very similar, I think, to the Mallers Creek PRD, where we continued that. We know we're going to have to re-advertise that whenever that is ready to come back to y'all. So at this point, staff would not have an issue with that, and I think we could potentially have this policy type discussion. It would just, I think, depend on if we can get the Public Works Committee, I think, is who we'd like to initially start that conversation, so maybe a month or two for that. So I wouldn't see that much different timeline than Mallers Creek.
I mean, it seems to me you're right. There was a previous matter that we, I think, handled this way, but
We did that the first meeting in December, and that's been delayed, and we still don't have it on the agenda yet because we haven't got answers to the questions for down there, so that's why that has been delayed.
did Public Works meet on that?
No, sir, that was in regards to getting DOT information in regards to the intersection of White Oak and Bryan Road. But Mr. Dillinger has raised a good point where we got issues, we got subdivisions that are coming forward with connectivity, we got other ones we've already heard, and we're just running away from the problem. We've got to sit down and discuss it. If it takes 2 or 3 months, it's better to get it right than get it right the first time than have to spend time and do it over. Or what
Okay,
my father
well-
used to say, you don't have time to do it right, but you always got time to do it over.
Well, so the motion before us at this point is to continue this hearing to a future date. My main concern about that is that seems a little nebulous to me, but if we can agree that that future date needs to have a cap on the outside, I mean, it's not something we'd want to leave lingering out there for a very long period of time, it seems to me.
So we could continue it to not a date certain, and then we can work on this issue with staff. I know we talked about maybe having some conversations around it, and come up with a policy and then bring it back, and then it can vote on it to go to Planning Commission with that revised guidance and get it back through the process without.
So let me ask Mr. Triesenberg, what in your mind is a reasonable time frame? I mean, is it 2 months? Is it 3 months? Is it 4 months? I mean, I don't think it's reasonable to stretch it out for a long period of time.
I think two to three is reasonable. I don't see that it would need to take longer than that. I don't think.
Okay.
Unless we have a real robust discussion.
Okay, and you probably will.
Which is possible. But.
Anybody else on council have a observation you want to make, and we'll vote on the motion? you
I'd
just
like
made?
to say that also, if we're able to put a time period in which we can have a developed policy for consideration, I think it'd be better for all parties involved if we're able to establish that deadline. Then you can work from that deadline to provide us with the information we need to make a decision.
Thank you, Ms. Vance.
I want to say to the folks, brought up the issues about stormwater, and we'll talk to staff more about. I know Mr. Sidwell made the point, and I know Mr. Dillinger made the point how the land goes down. We've been working on a stormwater issue for over 2 years. Y'all don't even know about behind the Lowe's shopping center that is in litigation. That y'all probably don't even know about it, but our attorney has done a wonderful job on trying to get that pond cleaned up. And our engineer, Mr. Johnson, mentioned to me probably over a year ago that whenever the 70 and Timber intersection is redone, that stormwater ponds that are proposed out there on the north side of 70 may help to greatly reduce some of the water flow, or slow down, I'll rephrase that, slow down some of the water flow coming into Greenbrier. That is correct, right? You talked about the intersection. I'm in the neighborhood.
We have talked about that, but that is all to be determined. It's that could be a riparian buffer, so we would have to work with DOT to figure out what can and would be allowed there.
But as you talked about, you kind of looked at the flow of the water, and that may be
there's a lot of previously developed area north of 70, and also from the previous road widenings along US 70 and the extension of Hammond Road into Timber Drive that didn't have any major stormwater management associated with it because it kind of predated those types of rules. So we're hoping that one day we might be able to find solutions that will improve some of those areas with additional treatment than what they have today. But we've got to work with the jurisdictions. Obviously, that project is on hold right now with no definitive date of when it will come back online. So when it does, hopefully we'll be able to continue those discussions and see if we can find ways to improve stormwater within this watershed.
Thank you.
Thank you for the professional answer, not my amateur answer.
Yeah.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, thanks, sir. Attorney Jones, do you have any problem with that procedurally? Okay. Okay, council, that is the motion before you then. A motion's been made, and is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made, properly seconded. I think we discussed it fully. Anybody have a question?
I just want to say that I'm glad we're dealing with this, because we don't need to kick the can down the road to the planning board and with so many unanswered questions here. And by going this route, I think it's going to be the best for everybody involved. So no need to send it to them and they send it back up to us. Sounds like something that happened in Washington, but not here in Garner. So. Thought y'all'd like that.
I'm not going to really comment on what's happening in Washington, but at any rate, the motion is properly before us and properly seconded. So, council, if you favor the motion, would you vote aye?
Aye.
If you're opposed to the motion, vote no, and it is unanimous. So, for all of you here, a couple things I want to mention for the applicant, and your patience and the very able presentation you made. You have heard some of the same concerns we have. Perhaps a delay here and bringing this back at a later time will be better for all of us. For all of you here this evening, I want to thank you for your courtesy. It's nothing wrong with people coming out and expressing their opinions. You can do that in a courteous way, and I think all of you have done that, and I appreciate that so very much. So let's see, did we vote? Yeah, we did vote. Okay, so you will obviously get notice when this matter comes back before us, and so it may be sooner than 3 months, but should be within that time. So with that, we will go to the next item on our agenda. For those of you who want to stick around, feel free to do that, but I'm sure several of you are probably ready to leave. Just remember, we're going to be here for a little while longer. So. Okay, the next item is the last public hearing. If you would exit as quietly as possible, that'll help us get on to the next item here. Thank you. Mr. Bamford, you're back up, I believe, on conditional zoning map amendment. Caddy South. I recognize you, sir.
Okay. Mayor, members of council, this is another conditional zoning request. This has a subdivision plan attached as a condition. The property is located on Caddy Road, which is down there near US Highway 401. The property is 9.54 acres in size. This request has written zoning conditions which restrict the range of uses, and there's also a subdivision attached as well. To summarize, this request is to rezone 9.54 acres from multifamily conditional multifamily 2 conditional district 224 to service business conditional district 251 for the creation of 3 commercial lots. If this is approved, then individual site plans would come in at a later time for each lot and be reviewed separately. So what's proposed is to subdivide the property into 3 commercial lots. This map shows the boundary of the rezoning site outlined in orange. It's at, I guess, the southeast corner of Caddy and Fayetteville Road. It's directly south of an approved apartment site that's under construction, which is located on the north side of Caddy. So we got multifamily apartments under construction there. On the west side of 401 or Fayetteville Road, we have commercial retail that's been approved and under construction. And south of the site is the McCullers Walk development, which has a combination of apartments, townhomes, and single family with commercial retail located at the corner of 1010 and Fayetteville Road. Here are some street views from this past summer. The picture on the left is looking north on Highway 401. The McCullers Shopping Center is located to the right, and the rezoning site is located here. Picture on the right is looking south towards the intersection of 1010 and Highway 401. And Caddy Road is located here, and the rezoning site is here on the corner. This map shows the current zoning pattern in this area. This site is zoned multifamily 2. The property directly to the north is zoned multifamily 2 with apartments currently under construction. Directly south is multifamily 1 zoning where the McCullers Walk development is. To the northwest, we have some large tracts of land zoned R40. Directly to the west, we have service business conditional zoning where the Costco is and the other out parcels that are currently being developed. To the, I guess, the southwest here on the same side of the road of 401 is the McCullers Shopping Center. That is zoned service business conditional. Moving east, we do have a community that was originally developed under the county along Fields Drive. That came into our ETJ in 2017, and that's zone R15. I will just make note that a little farther north of the rezoning site is what was approved as a 401 assemblage. That's the PRD zoning, the kind of the hatched area you see here. And they are moving forward with phase 1, which is the apartment site on that project. This is the zoning history for this area of Garner. We do
Dave,
have.
Could you go back to that last slide and point out where the new Fire Station 5 will be on Caddy Road?
I'm afraid I do not know the exact location, but maybe right
there
here.
at the end,
Right there.
yeah.
Right there. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Right in this vicinity here. So it'd be directly east of the property, directly across from Fields Drive. So our zoning history, we do have cases going back to 1989. The site that's under consideration tonight was rezoned in 2019 from R40 to service business on the west side of 401, and then the portion that's under consideration tonight was zoned to multifamily 2. At that time, there were proposals to do some multifamily development on the site. Since that time, things have changed, and the proposal is to do service retail type uses on this site. The 401 assemblage properties were rezoned in 2020. That was an approval of 1,320 residential units. That was a combination of apartments, townhomes, and single family. This is a conditional request. The applicant has proposed a list of uses, and this is out of the general use list for service. I'm sorry, for service business. So this list here, and there's a few typos here, I do apologize. This is for service business conditional district. So we have uses under household living, group living, community service, daycares, educational facilities, healthcare, parks and open space, religious institutions, utilities, entertainment, overnight accommodations. Daycares, educational, let's see, this is the same slide. Moving on to retail sales and service, we have personal service uses, retail sales and services, banks, convenience stores, fuel sales. We have uses under restaurants and self-storage uses, vehicle sales and service, and light industrial uses. In addition to the proposed list of uses, the applicant has proposed some architectural and site conditions. Number 2, there's architectural design. All buildings throughout the subdivision will use masonry consistent with one or both of 2 masonry brick product colors in order to provide architectural uniformity. Building elevations facing a public right-of-way or customer parking shall have no more than 35% EIFS materials. Vinyl siding shall be prohibited on all building elevations. Public street lighting, all uses within the development shall use similar light poles and light fixtures as public street lighting. Off-site lighting for parking and private internal drives shall be installed on round black poles. And under public street landscaping, subject to the approval of the TRC, there will be at least 1 shrub, 1 canopy tree, and 1 understory tree identified for common use throughout the subdivision. There were 2 neighborhood meetings for this request. There were approximately 23 properties identified within the 300-foot notification buffer. The first meeting was held on July the 15th, 2021 at Calvary Raleigh Church. There were none in attendance. That was an in-person meeting. There was a follow-up Zoom remote meeting offered on August the 25th, 2021, and there was one neighbor in attendance. He was outside the notification buffer, but they were representing the neighbors along Fields Drive to ask questions on their behalf. And next, subdivision plan.
And so just very quickly, this is a 9.5 acre site. The minimum lot size is 6,000 square feet, and you see the setbacks there listed as well. Very simple subdivision plan that will be served also with an internal private drive. They have a stormwater pond in the back, and they also have accounted for keeping that 10 to 12% preserved tree canopy up until the individual lots come in, and then we'll reevaluate each lot on a per lot basis. Did want to just point out there is that existing telecom tower across the way. Most of the improvements have been done along Caddy and 401 already. There will be some modification here for a right-hand turn lane into the private drive. Sidewalks will be adjusted as well, and then we will also, we've asked them to put in a receiving ramp here for folks in the apartments and neighborhoods down the street to be able to access these businesses depending on what they are. That. And landscape and buffer requirements, as of right now, everything has been set up as will be expected, but again, we will be checking these at individual site plans. The street buffers on 401 is that 7.5 foot, which I'll readily admit I've never quite understood, but it is what it is. And Caddy Road will be a 15 foot and with the 40 foot on center street trees. Parks and open space is not applicable to the non-residential. Lighting and parking, once again, they will be required to meet the parking table requirements when they come in. They're not asking for anything less in that regard. And stormwater management, again, our engineering staff has taken a look at it and anticipates that they will have no issues with meeting their 25 storm requirement. But again, that will be further evaluated at site plan. Environment and floodplain, nothing there except there are some minor wetlands. There is a blue line. It's not a USGS blue line, but that comes right here through the site. There are some minor wetlands there. They would be impacted potentially, but again, they will have to provide proof of state and federal approvals required to final plat recordation. The infrastructure is well in place with all the development that's been happening there at McCullers Walk. So connecting to existing sewer and water. Not any identified upstream properties, but again, if those are identified, they will have to provide those extensions per City of Raleigh policy. We have the consistency and reasonableness once again, and for this one, there hasn't been a whole lot to consider compared to the others, but here we actually have the flip where when we look at the balance of non-residential to residential, we would actually be adding some non-residential in this case and removing some multifamily. The conditioned uses we've looked at, and generally we feel that those are appropriate for adjacency to apartments and other commercial. I think the focus of their intent is to provide services that would be in demand from those who would be living in the general area or commuting along the 401 corridor. Certainly fronting a major arterial does influence land use suitability. Not always the best for multifamily. I think it was fairly insulated on the opposite side of Caddy Road. Those apartments sit much further back from 401, so that was not really a factor there. Do the voluntary conditions promote character and value? Again, I think they've gone above and beyond what even we would require of them with the 7401 overlay requirements. So again, just some of the things that we've been thinking about as we approach this project. So again, we have the recommendation to refer to the Planning Commission for their review and consistency after the public hearing tonight. The applicants are here if you have any questions of them. I don't know that they plan to present anything, or do you have just a short couple of things? But otherwise, we're available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Triesenberg. Council, I'll ask the general question of whether or not you want to ask Mr. Triesenberg a question without necessarily singling you out individually. Shake your head, yes or no. Okay, no. Okay. Anybody? Yeah.
One quick question, Jeff.
Chamberlain.
As I recall, the multifamily project, which is north of this, project was responsible for their half of Caddy Road improvements, curb and gutter, sidewalk, et cetera. And then if this rezoning passed and if these site plans were approved, you would design that side of the road for this project, and this project will be responsible for the other half.
Yeah, and I think actually, is that, okay. It's gotten confusing to me as to what was required of the original big subdivision that included the Costco site and all of that, but they are covered, yes, so all the improvements will be finished.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will hear from the applicant now. Please come up and identify yourself, please, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Nate Bueller, Cambridge Properties, speaking on behalf of the applicant, 831 East Moorhead Street, Charlotte, North Carolina. Next slide, please. With me here as well this evening is Jay Priester and Barrett Blackburn, also with Cambridge, as well as Jeff Hokenottle with Timmons Group, our traffic engineer, and Kimley Horn and Associates, who are not in attendance, are our civil engineer for the project. Next slide, please. Over the last 30 years, Cambridge has been largely focused on developing integrated, walkable, multi-use communities, and that includes integrating residential and commercial developments. And that's really what we identified here at this node of 1010 and 401 in Garner over the last 5 years, both due to the tremendous residential growth the community is experiencing, strong economic development, implementation by the community leadership, as well as the installation of the new I-540 interchange, which is going to continue to drive new growth in the area. And through that process, we began development of the Royal Creek project, which is actually located in Fuquay Arena, which you can see on the left side of your screen, and that's a residential and retail walkable multi-use development. The Rand Village Costco commercial project, which also includes Chick-fil-A, Starbucks, and Fifth Third Bank. The previously referenced Caddy Road multifamily located along the northern side of Caddy Road, and then the subject property of the rezoning before you this evening, the Caddy Road South development, which you see there in green, as well as starred there on the screen. Next slide, please. A bit more on the holistic approach that we've adopted here at this node, kind of starting with Royal Creek, and I'll just give a brief summary of each of those projects. Royal Creek, which as I mentioned is located in Fuquay Arena, integrates a walkable mix of roughly 150 single-family and townhome units, along with 250 apartments and 4 commercial outparcels. In Garner proper, Rand Village Costco, which as I mentioned also includes Chick-fil-A, Starbucks, and Fifth Third Bank. The Caddy Road multifamily project, which is currently under construction. Their first building just completed framing recently, which included 264 units, and then the Caddy Road South project. Of note for all of these projects were substantial off-site roadway improvements and commitments, and that included widening of 1010 Road, installation of a new traffic signal at Costco and Royal Creek at the intersection, widening of Lake Wheeler Road, widening of US 401, installation of right turn lanes, improvements of the intersection of 401 and 1010 Road, as well as the associated improvements with both Caddy Road components, which I'll get into on the next slide. Next slide, please. As staff referenced, this is a rezoning from an MF2 designation to an SBCU designation. When we first began looking at this project roughly 5 years ago, we identified a tremendous need for residential units in the area. And as you all have seen in recent years, that has just exploded. Along with the projects that we're developing at Royal Creek and the Caddy Road North project, the 401 assemblage or RST project just north of this site, which is bringing on board more than 1,000 units, I believe. The George's Landing project to the north of this site as well, which is a few hundred more units, I believe, also. So we took that development trend to heart and trying to identify some alternative uses that we felt might better suit what's going on in the area. the proposed site plan here that you see on the screen includes a convenience store use, which would actually be the only available convenience store use on northbound 401 north of the new I-540 interchange. Currently, all northbound traffic, if they wanted to get gas, would have to take a left at the traffic signal at 1010, cut back through the Sheets development, or go north and make a U-turn and come back to Sheets, as well as a proposed climate-controlled, enclosed, fully enclosed self-storage development, which you see there on parcel 3. And that was something we identified that would really serve the enormous amount of residential growth in the immediate area. There's not another facility like that in the vicinity. Regarding the offsite improvements, just a brief summary on those. What you see there in light orange along the frontage of the project on 401 is a new right turn lane and sidewalk that we've actually just completed installation of, that were a part of the Caddy Road multifamily development, and that has been completed today. The Caddy Road multifamily will also be completing the installation of curb, gutter, sidewalk, street trees, and street lights along the north half of Caddy Road, as staff referenced. And we will be completing the same along the south half, which from our perspective, we believe will create a much more urbanized, walkable, community-friendly access for neighbors and community members to navigate up and around Caddy Road to the uses that we're proposing here today. We'll also be installing a new right turn lane into this site coming off of 401, as well as conversion of the existing northbound Caddy Road to 2 dedicated right turn lanes onto 401, installation of a new traffic signal at the intersection of Caddy and 401 at the protected leftover movement. And that was all based on our traffic impact analysis that was created for this project, which actually, at the end of the day, drove the trip counts lower than a proposed multifamily use would be. So from a traffic perspective, this is actually less impactful than what an alternative multifamily use under the current zoning might be, as well as the installation of a new traffic signal at the U-turn bulb that's roughly 1,500 feet north of the site that I can point out to you on the next slide. You can see that referenced traffic signal there at the top right-hand corner of your screen. We'll be installing that signal as well as the signal at Caddy and 401 as a part of our offsite roadway improvements and commitments. We wanted to share this slide largely just to show how the development of both sides of Caddy Road, along with the improvements of the Caddy Road streetscape, will help to foster additional interconnectivity with the McCullers Walk project, as well as the surrounding retail components at the Harris Teeter and Food Line anchored centers there, as well as Rand Village and Royal Creek. The Halley Group is also installing a new traffic signal. I believe it may be operational now along 1010 Road there at the bottom of your screen as a part of the McCullers project. So really holistically, we felt that the way this entire node is developed is really fostering a good walkable mix of residential and commercial components that'll just help to continue to drive the area's growth. Next slide, please. Staff gave a brief summary of our zoning commitments, and I'll just touch on a few of them. It includes masonry commitments to 4 sides of the buildings, limitation on building materials, inconsistent architectural design and uniformity. But independent of the zoning conditions, what I also wanted to mention was that we intend to make all of these buildings that are part of this development consistent and cohesive with the architectural design of the Rand Village out parcels as well, to create a uniform sense of design and integrity for all the commercial in the area. We're available for questions and to answer any other points you might have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bueller. Questions for him? Mr. Vance, anything?
No questions.
Mr. Dellinger?
Question, just to be clear. So this is a gas station and self-storage?
That's correct.
But I want to see more apartments, but I think it's funny to make a walkable to 2 things you probably aren't going to walk to. Kind of a disappointed face. I mean, y'all do what you want. It's disappointing to not have more amenities for multifamily walkability to self-storage, and a gas station is just kind of the opposite of what you'd want to be walking to. That's my only comment. It's kind of missed opportunity for 9 acres. That's the only comment I have.
I will make a brief comment on the convenience use itself. It's a larger new format convenience store that'll have more than your typical amenities that you'd see in a standard gas station, prepared foods, coffee bar, a few other things that are a bit more in line with some of the things that you just referenced. I'll just make note of that.
Thank you. Ms. Behringer. Mr. Singleton.
I believe this convenience store will be similar to a Sheetz, but a different brand that having short order food and so forth. I'll say this, I've said this about Cambridge Properties before, and I'll say it again. Your presentations are as good as anyone's that come before. Show are thorough. We can see what you got. You don't beat around the bush. You show us more than you may even need to show us, and I appreciate it.
Okay. Come from Mr. Single, that's high praise. That's okay.
I've told him that before. If I'm not
I know.
that's
Nothing from me,
That's
sir.
okay.
It's true.
Strike that comment. Mr. Matthews.
Oh, nothing from me, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I think council is probably satisfied, or do you want to present any other person? Does this gentleman want to?
No, unless there's any other questions.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Sure. Council, you okay? All right. So let me see, I'm going to officially close the public hearing. I'm not sure if I officially opened it, but it was open. So again, the instruction before us is to refer this to the Planning Commission for plan consistency. Okay.
Second.
All right, moved properly and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposition, no, and there is none, so it is so ordered. Okay, thank you all. You know the next steps in the process. Go to planning and come back to us, okay? Thank you. Did you all come down from Charlotte?
We did.
Are you driving back tonight?
We are.
Okay. Be safe. I made that drive a few times, but not at this time of night, so be careful, all right? Thank you. Thank you all. Okay, council, I believe we have completed all of our, what I call our regular business, except we're down to new and old business. There's nothing listed there. Anybody aware of anything under this item? Hearing none, we will go to, let's see, committee reports. Do we need to ask, yeah, I think there's only one committee report, and I believe that is to be done in a closed session. Am I right on that, Mr. Vance? HR committee.
No.
Oh, excuse me. Okay. No. This information comes from the Mayor Pro Tem, right? That we're going to close session on.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. So committee reports, there are none, right? Manager report.
The Garner info that's in your packet. And then the only other thing I was going to mention is the return of the Showcase of Talent on Saturday at the GPAC of 2 showings. First showings at 3. Then the second one's at 7 p.m.
That's not this coming Saturday, is it?
Yes, this is coming Saturday.
Excuse me.
26. Yep.
I'm scheduled to be there. I thought it was in March. Okay, thank you, sir. Okay.
Glad I mentioned.
Yeah, I'm glad you did too, yeah.
It's always really enjoyable too.
Yeah, I've got it in my calendar, but I just hadn't glanced at it tonight, so, okay. Any of you participating in that? Okay, just check. All right. Okay. Nothing else.
That's it.
Well, let's see, Kathy, you wanted to mention, I guess we could do that on council reports, just some clarification about the mask mandate. Yeah, we can talk about that in just a minute. So, okay, and attorney reports, I believe.
Yes, you may recall you had a closed session in December, the December 21st meeting regarding the settlement of a claim. In compliance with state law, we now have a fully executed settlement agreement, so I'll be reporting it out for the minutes that the town has settled with Pro Construction, who is the general contractor for the new recreation center. I'll give a copy of the settlement agreement to the clerk so she can enter the terms into the minute, but basically the town will be paying to Pro Construction $137,500 as the final payment. This was a compromise between the liquidated damages that the town was claiming and then the remaining construction costs that Pro Construction was claiming. So as soon as they do certain things to close out the project, we'll make that payment, and then essentially that project will be completed.
Thank you. Good. Okay. Anything else? Mr. Attorney? Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to council reports at this time, and I'll start to my left with Mr. Matthews.
Just one comment over the retreat. I thought we did an outstanding job. We got a lot of things to do, and tonight was evident of some things we got to look forward to. And so, good job for the staff. Thank you for what you did on that. And the facilitator was outstanding. She let us talk, and I think we got a lot accomplished. And looking forward to the follow up on it. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Ms. Singleton.
I agree with what Ms. Matthews said. Thank you to staff for organizing that. And Ms. Henderson did, as he stated, I think, a really good job letting us come and rounding us up when she needed to. And I think, as we talked on Friday, just discussing the three major items was important. So I appreciate that. And I reckon since whenever the conclusion to the litigation with the the recreational center's done, we're gonna have a fireworks show over there.
Uh-huh.
We've joked about that for like 3 or 4 years.
Right.
That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Behringer.
The tree that was cut down on the property on Center Street, the tree that fell over during one of the storms, that they did a great job of taking care of that. Now a second one has fallen over that was close to it, and so I wondered what the process is going to be. Or is the property owner aware of it, or is that something else we need to let him know? It's upended, and the root ball is up against the edge of the street.
We'll get staff to look at it. I'm not aware of that one.
Oh, yeah, well, it fell after they finished the first one. Okay, and question about the mask mandate. I've had several people ask me. There's some confusion about when it's lifted on Friday, exactly what that covers. The language said the schools and government buildings. And so the question is it truly everything except when businesses require the mask?
Well, I know you had some conversation with the county and managers, and I did myself. My general understanding is that, of course, the Wake County declared the mask mandate. We signed on with their emergency order. And so when it is lifted at 5 o'clock on this coming Friday, I believe it is, it's no longer required in any entities, I don't believe, or is it?
Not quite. But
Okay.
yeah,
Go ahead and put the caveat in there.
So it will be optional for most entities. It still will be required in certain entities, public travel, transit, bus, still have to wear it, an enclosed bus. I think in clinics, maybe prison and detention centers will still be required. So there's still going to be a handful of places where it's required. I think the schools voted today to make it optional effective March the 7th. So it does not cover the schools. The one that goes into effect or is being relinquished on 5 o'clock on Friday did not cover the schools in Wake County. So that will be March the 7th. And then any business can still make them optional at their own choosing if it's not required.
And just to clarify, the transportation thing is really a federal mandate that doesn't really, we didn't control that in terms of
Well, I think it's a Wake
airplanes
County.
and trains, excuse me?
Is it federal? Is that federal? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Public transportation is subject to a federal order, which has been extended several times, so I don't know when the current expiration is.
Yeah.
On Friday, businesses within the county and any municipality that signed on that is also going to sign on to this order, the state of emergency will be, there will no longer be a state of emergency in Wake County, and there will no longer be a mask mandate through the county that 5 other municipalities signed on to. So
The mask wearing will continue till March the 7th in the school, is that right?
yes, in the schools, then on the 7th, it will be optional for families to decide if they want their kid to wear a mask or not.
Do we open up our auditorium next week? Like we'll get it all roped off now.
Oh, yeah, we'll do that as part of it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, one's mask and one's social distancing, but we'll take those off also. Yeah.
I'm sure we'll have some conversation in the next day or two about the impact it has on even meetings like this and how we're.
And also, starting Friday at 5 o'clock, I will no longer require staff to wear masks. It'll be optional. And I think the mayor's concurs that visitors to town hall will not be required to wear masks unless they want to. So.
Okay. Anything else? Mr. Dellinger?
Just to speak on that, just very, very briefly, I think that people might confuse the removing of the mandate by the government doesn't take away the optional capacity of private businesses. It's not a mask prohibition that is going into effect. It is just the mandate's going away, so that if you want to wear a mask, continue to wear a mask as much as you want to. And if a business says you need to wear a mask, you got to wear a mask. So I think that's probably where some of that confusion is going to fall out too, is people are, you can't make me wear a mask in your Walmart, or I think they've stopped already. But, I think we're going to see some of that. So I think the more information we can put out between now and then in Garner about this is what you're allowed and not, and that might be a little helpful, because it is going to be confusing, I think, for folks. Other than that, I don't have anything. So.
All right, thank you. Mr. Vance?
All right, well, first of all, I would like to say that in reference to the Bojangles, the Wimpy Williams old location where the vehicles were parking, there appears to be some dumping going on over there on their property.
Staff checked that. They checked that site, so they'll be citing. They should have already cited the property owner.
Okay.
To get that removed, so they'll have some time to get that removed.
Okay. Well, that took all my thunder right there. So.
We won't ask for any.
I think you may have previously reported there's a match, or somebody did. There was a mattress.
That was yep.
Some
there
other
is
stuff. Yeah.
They need to hurry up and build that Bojangles, and that'll take care of it.
Okay, I think that's all council reports. We noted earlier when you approved the agenda that the particular one to consult with the attorney was not needed, but at the request of the Mayor Pro Tem, he has requested that we go into a brief closed session to discuss a personnel matter, I believe. Is that right, Mr.
That's correct.
Okay.
Prior to that, we are requesting a closed session for real estate. So the closed sessions would be 143-318.11, A5, and A6.
Okay. Mr. Vance, you want to make that motion? Consistent with that general statute.
Do I have to repeat the statute? So moved.
Okay. All right, council, motion properly before you to go into closed session. All in favor, please vote aye. Any opposition, no. Okay, I'll declare that the council is going into closed session this time. Okay, the mayor declares that the council is back in regular session. The council went into closed session to discuss a real estate matter and gave staff some instruction in regards to that issue, and also discuss a personnel matter that the council will continue being involved with, some evaluation. And so those were the only two items in closed session. So at this point, I'll entertain a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
Okay, motion properly made and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the mayor declares that this session of the council has been adjourned.